What the heck? Bruh. Also realized that the Glover commands were still working whenever I saw a W in the text chat. So turn those off. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Oh well. I'm a genius, thank you. Finally, some fucking respect. Oh, you just need to figure out how to make it quality not look bad. Okay, so under settings, I'm assuming you're hitting the record button, but under settings, let's see, video, you can change the resolution to fit like your resolution. I have it 1280 by 720 personally, just because that's the aspect ratio I stream at. That's just it. I don't want to stream like the whatever. I'm not doing HD streaming, I'm just doing SD streaming. And in output, there's also a recording tab, and you just look at that stuff and just kind of fumble it. There should be like... Also, output mode is advanced for me. I don't know how it looks on not advanced. I kind of can't change it right now. But yeah, under the output and recording tab, you can change the quality there. And that'll do that for you. But as a heads up, the like better it looks, the bigger the file is going to be. Just as a heads up. But I'm sure you already knew that one. Gaming services. Gaming. Let's see here. Okay. And then where is... There's that. Okay, let's switch over to the Computer Chronicles tab. I have a few good ones for tonight. I think this one will really hit home for gamers, okay? And if we rewatch one, that's gonna be on me. I have bad memory, plus I love rewatching things 100 times. But let's see. Let me complain about the OBS's new look real quick. Hold on, it sucks. Docs. Custom browser docs. Wow, the chat's broken on OBS. Wow. Hold on. Hold on, I'm testing something. Oh no! Okay, okay. Alright, captions are back up. Wow, I can add a text. Wait. Okay, I don't want to. Save. Okay. Then everything should be good. Everything should be good. Art. Wow, art. Look. Look, art. That's art. That's art. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay. Can you hear this? You can! Here it is. Computer Chronicles in the background. While we get to work.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, the hottest new computer games. Think you could have prosecuted OJ better than Marcia and Chris?
What?
Now you can be the prosecutor in a great new game called In the First Degree. Did you like that?
What? No, you're gonna have to say that one for me again, dude.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, the hottest new computer games. Think you could have prosecuted OJ better than Marcia and Chris? Now you can be the prosecutor in a great new game called In the First Degree. Did you like Back to the Future? Did you watch Quantum Leap? Do time travel with a terrific new game from Sanctuary Woods called Buried in Time. If you like robot battle games, we'll show you the coolest one of them all, Mech Warrior 2. Plus, Sierra Online's Roberta Williams joins us for a look at her great game, Phantasmagoria. A preview of new Windows 95 games, Finding Gamers on the Imagination Network, plus my pick of the week looks at PlayStation versus Saturn. All this plus gaming on the net, this week's news, next on the Computer Chronicles.
This is gaming! Who's this one? That's not it.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Hewlett-Packard Personal Computers, developing PCs for business.
This is the one we were on the last time.
Additional funding from the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Don't copy that floppy,
and
everybody.
Philip Crespo Software, makers of Go Figure, the problem-solving toolkit.
I forgot about her.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Whenever I watch a trial on TV, I always think, let me get up there. I can do a better job than those attorneys. Well, now I and you can try with a really breakthrough new game from Broderbund called In the First Degree. Mike, I really love this game, so I'm going to shut up and show it to us.
All right. Well, this is Broderbund's first title since Myst, first entertainment title since Myst. What it is it's a courtroom drama, an interactive courtroom drama, where you play a prosecuting attorney in this sensational San Francisco murder trial that has just happened, that is going to take place. I'm just going to set it up for you here. You've just come home. You've walked in. You're making yourself some dinner.
And I'm the prosecutor. I'm a prosecuting attorney.
You are Sterling Granger. You are the prosecutor who's going to take this to court. Now you see the 5 o'clock news. This will set the trial.
And I hear about this murder.
Exactly.
Look, that's how I eat. That's how I eat. Like, no joke.
Okay.
like my food's right in front of the
startling
screen.
slaying is sending shockwaves through San Francisco tonight. Popular art gallery owner Zachary Barnes was found shot dead at his workspace.
Shit.
All right, so I know I've got a case to take on here. What do I do next?
Yeah, you have a case. So
Okay,
what
let
I'll do
me
now
get
is
my
go to the
phone
main
out.
interface of the game. This is where the interactivity begins. You can look at
Wait.
documents. These are pieces of
Let me go
evidence that have been
download that,
collected
actually.
at the crime scene.
I had an
different,
image.
pieces that have been taken from the witnesses themselves. I've just looked at the gun from the murder, the shirt that the accused was wearing, just different things
I'm
that...
looking for clues, ideas
Exactly.
to question the witnesses. and so
Exactly,
on.
putting things together to build an airtight case. These are also some tapes that were taken just
Oh,
after
no.
the murder, and
Oh,
your
shit.
detective Looper, who
Hold
is your colleague, is asking these people
I'm realizing
questions that could be
something.
very important.
I'm
to
gonna
you.
So I can
hide
go back and actually look
the
through all those
window.
tapes?
Yeah.
So I
Which
can
one of
actually go
these?
back and look at these video interviews that were done by the investigators.
Is it window capture 3?
Exactly, and this will give you an idea of what their
Sorry,
reactions
hold on, I'm
are and how you
realizing
should handle
something.
them in the
And she's the
future.
girlfriend of the defendant. the
Exactly.
suspect, right?
We're going to go and
Hold
talk to
on.
Yvonne now, who is
Give me a
the
moment.
wife of the victim, and you could really
Oh,
ask
it
her
won't let me
questions that
draw?
are going to be crucial to to where you go in the trial. These are different things that you could ask her. We'll ask her about the gun quickly.
What can you tell me about Zachary's cousin, Daryl Barnes?
Mr. Granger, I have a question of my own first. Am I right to assume you have a pretty good case?
We had a very good case until
And you can, in fact, decide what question to ask and what approach to take, and to be tough or to be soft and all that
Exactly.
stuff.
It's very important to know whether you should coddle
Give me a
them
moment.
or
Yeah.
get really tough
And the
with
result
them.
may vary depending on how good you are at this.
Exactly.
I
We're going to
forgot
go directly
this
to trial
one
now. Normally, you'd ask them more
is
questions, gather
old,
more
old
information,
art.
but it'll give you a good idea where we're going with the game and how there's really two pieces of the game.
How do
There's the
I,
pre-trial, gathering the information, interviewing the witnesses, and then once you get to trial, asking them important questions.
What's really cool about the game is once you get to trial, you find
Give
out
me a
how you're
moment.
doing each day by watching the TV news.
Exactly.
And these legal experts come on and say, hey, he did well, he did
I'm
poorly,
removing
right?
my
The media
old
tells you everything in this
So
signature.
now we're in court.
You're in court, the judge is introducing the case, and we'll introduce the
I
jury
should
to
draw.
you and the defendant, and you're off
I
and
should
running.
draw.
All right,
Hold
I have
on.
to ask you,
I
was this
didn't-
inspired by the OJ trial?
Haha. It was actually 2 years prior to OJ.
Oh,
so
all right.
we got a good.
Thank you very much, Mike. All right, with the advent of Windows 95, we're all looking for the software to take advantage of its 32-bit power. And leading the way will be new games. To make sure game programmers hop on board Win95, Microsoft held a mega gamers conference at their campus in Redmond, Washington. Here's what it was like.
I'm forging documents.
The room was dark. The theme was dark. It was Microsoft's Day of Judgment, a Windows 95 game rollout held underground at the company's headquarters. 35 game developers were there, dressed in appropriately ghoulish or devilish attire, but the demonic atmosphere was more a reflection of Halloween than of the software on display. Microsoft was celebrating the rise of Windows 95 as a game
Catgirl
platform,
U,
using
persuasion
the company's new
point.
direct draw and direct input technologies.
Yeah, I
One of
can
the
do
things
that.
that you notice when you're playing a Windows 95 game is, again, video performance. That's probably one of the most noticeable things about a game. And a Windows 95 game is going to
Yeah, I
run
can
at a
do that.
much
Give me a
higher
moment.
video
Hey,
resolution.
let me go
The
find that
technology
real quick.
underlies that is something called direct
You have that
draw
under image
that
W, I
enables
think,
game
right?
developers to go directly to your video hardware and
Somewhere
take
in
advantage
there.
of all the accelerators and all the other
We go find
silicon that these people have been designing for years and years.
The eye-popping graphics were everywhere to be seen.
Hold on,
Version
gamers.
Interactive showed the 95 version of Daedalus Encounter with live-action video grown up
Give me
to
a
full
moment,
screen
gamers.
size.
And we need to know if you can respond. If you
Excuse
can,
me.
use the virtual interface in front of you to transmit a
There we are.
yes.
Found it.
Microsoft launched its first action arcade game called Fury, a futuristic space combat and rescue game with 3 parallel playing
Dude, could
fields
they
and
not get a
24 different
tripod?
missions.
That's nauseating.
Microsoft also unveiled a new version of Microsoft Golf. Version 2.0 adds an online multiplayer game feature
Online
called
golf?
PlayerNet.
Get out. Not bad.
Sony
wait,
Interactive demonstrated
that.
its first titles for Windows 95 called Twisted Metal and
Oh
Warhawk.
shit. Twisted
Sony
metal.
is porting the games from its PlayStation game console with similar look and feel. The Windows versions are expected to ship in
Actually, I hate this
1996.
pen.
For players craving sensory feedback, Judgment Day had some hardware innovations as well. Exos introduced the Power Stick, a joystick with force feedback. The hand grip responds to virtual forces according to the game. crash your car, and get a nasty jolt. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Holy shit, that rules.
If you bought the Journeyman Project or wish you had, you want to make sure and watch what's coming next. This is the sequel and another groundbreaking game from Sanctuary Woods called Buried in Time. Michelle is the president of Presto Studios. You're the guys who actually developed the game. That's correct. And this is about time travel. So first of all, show us the interface, Michelle.
Sure. We're traveling through time in a fully self-contained biosuit. There's a little image of it here in the window, and we have navigation controls here where we're able to move through inventory controls with objects that we're carrying. If the computer needs to speak with you, we use the message window, and the biochips are the area where we can sort of add extensions to the interface. As you walk around and collect objects, you can
extensions by new functions, capabilities, powers.
Right.
All right, where are we right now, Michelle?
We are on the top of a Mayan temple in Chichen Itza in the Yucatan Peninsula, and the year is 1050, and we're searching for evidence that will prove our innocence. We've been framed for altering history, and so here we are, and we know that someone's been here before, and we're looking for evidence. These are Mayan hieroglyphs that we have here, and I'm going to use this opportunity to introduce you to a character that's traveling with us. His name is Arthur, and he's on one of our biochips, and if I pull him up, I can have him comment on the hieroglyphs.
Those are Mayan hieroglyphs. They had a pretty sophisticated pictograph.
So there's
right?
the sort of sage guy who's always with me and helps me understand what's going on and solve problems.
You're
That's right, and the game takes 40 or 50 hours
altering
to play,
history
so
right
this way
now.
You don't feel lonely as you're going through.
I hope it only takes me 40 or 50 hours.
Object will be
All right. Yeah, let's show how you look at objects, because that's really cool.
Sure. This is an object which I'm finding on the ground, and I can pick it up and drag it into my inventory, and then I can inspect that object. So here it's a ceramic bowl which is filled with incense, and traditionally you would use that as an offering to the gods in the temple. But we're going to jump to another time zone. There are 7 different environments in the game, and we're going to go to Chateau Gaillard. This is the medieval...
So we're jumping ahead a couple hundred years.
Right.
And going to France?
For France. Normandy, France. This is an English castle standing on French soil, and it was Richard the Lionheart's castle. And Philip Augustus desperately wanted to take the castle back for France. And when Richard died in the year 1203, they began a siege. This is 9 months later.
So this stuff is all historically sound?
This is all based on true actual fact. It's a recreation of the real castle. This is one of the guards, which is one of the few remaining guards, and he meets a demise here from a stray arrow from one of the French soldiers coming over the wall.
Us?
Yes, because as a time traveler, you're not supposed to be spotted by people. It may actually affect the future. What I want to do is I want to move from the top of the tower down inside so that you can see how that we're changing the lighting and the environment and also the audio.
The lighting
and when you
and
play
the
the game in a dark room with loudspeakers, it becomes a very immersive environment. You get drawn into the story. It's very easy to lose yourself in the world.
Or can we jump into the future real quick and show me that future part of it?
Sure, absolutely. What I'll do is I'll recall to the future apartment, and this is 300 years in our future from today, and it'll give you a good example of how our industrial designers are creating worlds and visualizing some of the technology changes. As an example, in this particular room, you don't need a roof because force fields are evolved enough that as I look around, I'll be able to look up and see right out into the sky, and the thought is that people would like to live in natural daylight settings.
Tell me, Hannah.
Okay, Buried in Time, and what kind of machine do I need to run?
Shorts?
On a PC, it would take a 33
on your character.
486, and on a Mac, a 68040 or better.
All right, Michelle, thank you very much. All right, next I want
Thank
to
you,
introduce you to another great piece of software for gamers, but also, by the way, a piece of hardware for gamers. Before I get to the computer, this is Josh Resnick of Activision. Josh is going to show us this gigantic new game called MechWarrior 2. The machine we're running it on here, I want to explain, is really a PC designed for game players. This is a sort of $3,000 dedicated game machine.
Okay.
It's a 133 megahertz Pentium. It's got a 6x CD-ROM drive,
Gamer
a
PC.
1.6 gig hard drive. It comes with built-in MPEG, 45-watt speakers, and it comes bundled with 11 great games, including MechWarrior and Buried in Time, which we just saw before. So this is the gamer's PC. All right, let's see how it does on MechWarrior 2. Tell us what the game's about, Josh.
Sure. MechWarrior 2 is an action simulation set in the 31st century, and you are a pilot of one of these large battle mechs. And your goal is to advance in the ranks of your particular clan and become the leader. And
all right, so I'm one of these robot things you call a mech warrior.
Exactly.
And I can design my robot, and then I go into battle, and I got to beat all the other guys and rise to the top of my class.
Right, exactly. but there's an incredible amount of depth and variety to the game. Right now, we're just in one of maybe 30 different terrains that are available in Mech. We have ice planets, and we have canyons, and we have nighttime urban missions.
Now, the key thing, this is full 3D all the way around, right?
Exactly. For instance, I can free up my eye point inside this cockpit, which is a real 3D object inside the game.
This is
Everything
so
you're looking at
powerful,
is
so what
3D.
the
It's a full-screen
Oh,
game.
just you
and
wait.
In fact, it actually recreates the physical aspects of the world that it's in. For instance, we're taking into account gravity, weight, size, weather.
So it's a real simulation.
It's a real simulation.
All right, stop for a second and show me what's on the screen, because there's an awful lot of stuff going on here.
Okay.
Start with the upper right, and what's that telling me?
That's where that displays all your different weapon systems. So we have particle cannons and missiles and lasers. And
so the weapons available to me on this particular mech. Bottom right is me?
Exactly. Bottom right is me. I'm invulnerable, so I'm not taking any damage right now.
Okay, bottom left is the bad guy I'm going after?
Exactly, and I'm targeting him right now.
And yellow means he's been damaged in that part.
Right.
And upper left is my radar view?
That's your radar view, and you can bring this full screen, or you can remove it from the screen. It's really up to you.
Okay, now, Mech we're out. You're playing against the computer right now.
Right.
But you actually have an ability on this with two guys to play over a modem, right?
Exactly. You can play head-to--head over a local area network, or
They
you
got
can play modem to
online.
modem. And under development right now is an 8-player multiplayer game. So it's a lot of fun. It's a great game.
All right, take me to the top of the game and show me how you pick the Mech Warrior and really design your robot, because this is not just shoot 'em up. I mean, there's strategy to figuring out what kind of machine's going to win in this environment. Right?
Absolutely. In fact, there's a lot of strategy involved. You might have noticed that some of the other mechs in this mission were actually using their jump jets to try to jump on top of your head. So there's full aerial combat
decide,
in
do
the
I want
game.
jump jets in my Mech Warrior or some other tool, depending on who I'm fighting and where I'm fighting.
Exactly. I'm going to take us back to our home planet right now, and I'll take you into the Mech plant where the Mech Warrior can choose which mech he wants to go into battle in. There's 16 different mechs in the game, and all you have to do is just cycle through these different mechs, and you can use the interface to actually swap out which engine type you have, what type of weapons you have, which type of mech you have, heat sinks, you name it, it can be changed.
Minimum hardware for Mech Warrior 2 is?
4666, but it always plays better on a Pentium.
All right, thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
All right, sometimes it's fun to play a game against the computer, but one of the neat things about computers is that you can turn on your modem and take on other players from around the world. The Imagination Network, founded by Sierra Online, is a dedicated network for gamers.
There are all sorts of game players, computer game players, social players, and people who love to compete at any time, in person or in cyberspace. Sue Marinucci's job and family come first, but she has found a way to keep playing with some of her favorite adventure games with other like-minded players through an online service called the Imagination Network.
You get to meet a lot of people online, and you learn a lot about people all over the country here, and it's just kind of neat. You just playing and talking, and the interaction itself is what makes it worth it. It's just so much fun.
The Imagination Network is divided into 5 game categories called lands. There's a medieval land for adventure games, Sierra Land for kids, and Casino Land for virtual gambling. To join, a new player establishes a graphic identity, choosing sex, facial type, and hairstyle. After choosing a nickname, Sue can join ongoing games or look for partners. The live competition can become exciting and addictive.
I'm going to say it was before Spades came out, Hearts. We got into a Hearts game, and it was a 4-player game, and we were all sitting around talking, and it was a very exciting game. That's what was neat. It was so exciting, and everybody was just getting along so well and talking, and just had an incredible time.
Not like nowadays.
2 o'clock in the morning. It was a lot of fun.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Wait. Okay. I was like, it's not over yet, is it? This man's name is
One of the real pioneers in the computer game business is Roberta Williams. She and her husband Ken wrote their first game, I guess
you
it was
got
15
Roberta
years ago
on
now.
here?
And they keep on pushing the edge with every new game. Roberta's newest game is called Phantasmagoria. And I tell you, I must say,
wait, they told us she had her. I was just so caught up with Phantasmagoria showing up.
Tell us, first of all, what's the story of the game so we can set it up?
Okay, you play the role of Adrienne Delaney, who you can see standing there. And her husband have just moved into this kind of old haunted house that was owned by a magician over 100 years before.
So a lot of weird stuff goes on.
Yes, there's an evil in this house, and it has taken over her husband at this point.
All right, so we've jumped ahead way near the end of the game. We're into Chapter 7. It's a 7 CD game, right?
That's right. And she now knows that her husband is possessed by this
so
evil
you
entity,
spoiled
and
the
she
game.
wants to get out of there. So I can direct her to leave. But at the beginning of Chapter 7, the house is also being taken over by this evil.
So she tries to leave, and the house...
And it won't let her
Inflicting
go.
you with the disease
That's right.
with the
It has
sword.
locked her in.
And again, what happens is, I mean, things change during the course of the game. Obviously, something that goes on in the room at one point, the room may act differently later on in the game, huh?
That's right. And you can also go out and explore the island,
That's,
the surrounding island.
my
and there's
secret.
a town and shops and townspeople that you can meet.
And it's a huge house, too. Lots of floors and lots of rooms. And
Secret passages
right.
and hidden rooms.
All right, so what is she doing now?
Well, now she has a hammer in her inventory. And this is one of the few places in the game where she's sort of decided on her own.
Yeah,
She
normally
just
we would have
ventured
said,
out.
oh, let's take the hammer and try to break the glass to get out of the house.
But in this case, for plot reasons, she's
Yeah.
going to try to break the glass. She can't get out. We wanted to make that obvious to the player.
So she knows something's bad is going to happen now in this
So
story.
I'm going to cut this short a little bit so we can see a little bit more.
Things to
You take
change
her
in
upstairs,
game,
and
not
we're gonna
your
meet her
thing.
husband. Because I just happen
You
to
love
know
your
where her
games
husband
to
is
have
hiding
nothing?
out, and we can see how crazy he has really
Do
become.
we do the disc swap here so we get to the next
Not
CD?
yet.
Okay.
Look at the start menu and go, no, thank
I'm gonna
you.
hurry her up. If you hit the fast forward here, you can hurry her up the stairs. Otherwise, you get to watch her walk.
Okay, so she's going into the room where her
Yes,
husband is,
yes.
and he used to be the nice guy, and he's sort of been transformed in the game to the evil guy now.
Yes. Oh, he was a very nice guy at the beginning of the game. I mean, he was a normal husband.
No,
and,
he wasn't.
You know,
He
very
was a piece
loving,
of
but
shit.
he's totally snapped at this point, and he is really out to kill
I
her.
hated
While this
her
is loading up, let me
husband.
just ask you a second. I mean, as a game programmer, I mean, what's the next step? I mean, you keep
Oh,
on pushing
that
and
was
pushing,
so
the stuff gets better and better.
blurry.
What's the thing you'd like to be able to do next?
Well, I think what I'm going to do is try to do an adventure game with all a 3D moving world, a total 3D simulated
Gosh,
moving
shit,
world.
full 3D?
But third person. I'm going to see if I can do that.
Wow,
And
that'd be
that's going to be the next thing I'm going to
Okay, what's happening here,
Well,
Rebecca?
here I'm going to fast forward because we don't really have time. What I want to do is start the chase. The husband has come in and met her. He's crazy. He's going to kill her. Now, at this point, the game goes very quickly, and you have 10 seconds to make your choice. Here is a bottle of sulfuric acid that you happen to know is there.
Yeah, you have to put that there ahead of
click on it.
time
She's
because
gonna grab it
your
now,
drain
toss it in
is
his face.
Big
clogged.
secret to how to beat him at the end of the game.
And your
And
your
we've gotta get out of
husband
there.
is being
Okay.
shitty
We have
about
10
it.
second increments now where we can run and make choices. And if you make the wrong choice, then he's going to get her. So
This is just the wee tip of the iceberg of this game. There's been all kinds of stuff that's
Or
gone
you
on
Sierra
before
games
so
like
Oh,
this.
yeah. This is just the very end of the game, so she's
Gamer.
running, and if you stop at any point and dilly-dally around, he's going to
You
get
get
her.
it again.
That's right.
Roberta, thank you very much. It's a great game.
Thank you,
All
Roberta.
right, we showed you the Imagination Network before, but of course the internet has become a fertile
Roberta,
new
you were ahead
playground
of your
for gamers.
time with
On
games.
this week's online update, Giles shows us one cool game site in cyberspace.
Thanks, Stuart. No discussion of games and the internet would be complete without the discussion of MUDs, multi-user dimensions, or multi-user dungeons, depending on your school of thought. They're basically real-time D&D games that are taking place on the internet with players all over the world. And they're not just Dungeons & Dragons. There's plenty of other themes as well. Now, if you are interested to find out what MUDs exist, I recommend going to the MUD Connector because they have a listing.
Oh, shit,
of
we
all
gotta
the
get
MUDs
to the
that they
MUD
know of so far,
Connector.
listed in alphabetical order over here on the left with the address of
if
the
you
actual
eat a pie,
site,
you lose because you need
right
to throw
here
it at
next to
Yeti.
And in
Yeah.
some cases, a homepage
You gotta
so
eat
you
the
can actually
meat.
go and find out more about that particular mud. So, for instance, if I find out about the Austin Mud, I want to check out their website, I could actually go and look up information about what's happening with the Austin Mud these days. These are sort of some
Austin
imaginative pieces of artwork here. You don't actually see
The MUD
graphics
Connector
on
is
the,
still
MUD
online.
while
Yo,
you're
the
there,
rules.
But now we can learn about the different spells and legends and whatnot of this particular mud. Now, if you're new to
That
MUDs, I recommend
rules.
going to the Rainbow Mud first. Now, I'm going to hop into my particular MUD application, and
Welcome to
if
Dear-
you don't have a MUD application, you can use Telnet. And what you do is you come here, and I recommend going to the Rainbow Mud and going north first, just typing in to go north, because then
I used to do this kind of
will
stuff.
walk you through in a MUD environment, and it'll teach you how to play MUDs and all the types of
But I
commands
didn't get
that
far.
you can use.
Now, time for our weekly summary of what's new in the field of personal computing. Here's Laurie with Random Access.
Lori,
In the
thank
random
you.
access file this week, Intel has officially introduced the Pentium Pro, its next generation CPU. The new microprocessor has 5.5 million transistors, and it's capable of producing workstation quality graphics for games and movies. Sun Microsystems has unveiled a new processor. In the random access file this week, Intel has officially introduced the Pentium Pro, its next generation CPU. The new microprocessor has 5.5 million transistors, and it's capable of producing workstation quality graphics for games and movies. Sun Microsystems has unveiled a new computer architecture for its workstations and servers. The system is called Ultra Computing, and Sun claims it provides supercomputer processing power in a desktop
They're
workstation.
fucking fencing on the highway
Too much to read at
in the
work?
middle of the
Well,
ocean.
A new automated text summarizer technology will be available soon. It's called Intel X, and it can look at the entire text of a business article and extract the relevant themes. It will first be available online as part of the Intel X Information Services aimed at the corporate network market, and then be made available as a desktop product. If you're not quite ready to upgrade to Windows 95, a company called Panther Software
Bruh,
has
I ain't
come up
even
with
ready
a
for
new
11.
add-on product that offers many of the file handling features found in Windows 95. The product is called Office Central, and it lets you create folders based on subject, place files in folders, and preview file content, as well as drag and drop between folders. Street price for
Some
Office
people need
Central
that for
is
their
expected to be
phones.
under $50.
I'm some people.
Televideo has announced the first ever multi-purpose
I
multimedia card.
hate
It's called the
like
All Media
phones
Processor Board, and it
so
includes
much
an MPEG
because
player
I
with
can't
Sound
go through
Blaster
the
compatible
files.
audio, a video and graphics accelerator, a TV tuner, and data fax modem, all on one expansion board.
And it like drives me
AT&T has
insane because
started
I'm one of
yet
those people who
another
loves to
online
go through my
venture.
files.
This one is called the AT&T Health and Fitness Service. It will feature digital news from the New England Journal of Medicine and the Mayo Clinic, among others.
Our content is different. We've been very careful about all the content that we have from a reliability and a quality standpoint. And the data clearly indicates when you go out and survey Americans that today there are a lot of people looking on the internet for health information, but there is not the kind of quality of information that Americans are really looking for from a trusted source like Mayo Clinic.
Thinking of buying the kids' new software for the holidays? You might want to check out Family PC Magazine for December. It
I
will
do
feature a
love
software
phones.
handbook that
I
has
hate
tips
phones.
on where and
I
how
love
to buy
files.
the right software for your family. And if hardware is on your gift list, you might want to look at the new No Hands mouse. You use your feet. It's a gas pedal-like controller that uses a 360-degree pressure-sensitive mechanism, which allows you to control both speed and direction of a cursor with just 1 foot. And finally, Nintendo has announced it has sold its 1 billionth video game cartridge. If you were to put those cartridges end to end, they would circle the world almost 3 times. That's it for this week's Random Access. Back to you, Stuart.
Now for my pick of the week. If you love playing computer games, I'm sure you've been through the debate either for yourself or for your kids about whether it's worth buying a video game system if you already own a computer. After all, the PC has become a darn good game platform, as we have just seen. If you've gotten past that question, though, the tough choice is really between the two new 32-bit game systems. This is the Sega Saturn over here, and we're looking at a great game on this called Panzer Dragoon. Let me punch up the other one. This is the Sony PlayStation. This is a terrific
Yo, the
game
Sega
called
Saturn's
Battle Arena
got
Toshinden.
virtual
Now, you hear arguments
highlight
on both
though.
sides of this one. Some like the Saturn, some like the PlayStation. I think
Gotta
it's
love
pretty darn
the
close when it comes
Saturn.
to the hardware itself. The real issue is which platform will get the best games written for it, and it's probably too soon to say, though Sony seems to maybe have a slight lead there right now. What I want to suggest is that a dedicated game machine, whether the Sega or the Sony, is a good idea even if you own a PC. My main reason, well, to be honest, as great as the games are that are out there today for the PC, half the time they won't install on your computer. If you really like gaming, it's nice to know that when you come home from the store having spent $50 for a new game, it'll work. With a video game console, you don't run into not enough RAM, not enough video, not enough hard drive, not the right sound card, etc. That is worth a lot.
That
One
aged
last point. If you have one of these
poorly.
neat big screen projection
Oh,
TVs,
that has
there's
aged
nothing like
so
plugging in your video game
poorly.
console and really immersing yourself into the game world in that theater-like
They
setting.
won't
So
install
don't
they
kiss off
won't
the
install on
dedicated
your
game consoles, and
PlayStation
remember, this way, while your
5.
kids are playing games, you can still be using the computer.
Games
That's
don't
it for this
install
week's
on your
Computer Chronicles. We'll
PlayStation
be
5,
back here again
Xbox,
next
or
week with another
Switch
half hour
anymore,
of the
dude.
latest in personal computer technology. I'm Stuart Chaffee. See you here
Dude,
next time.
that sucks, dude. Hearing that sucks. Hearing him
Chronicles is
say
made possible
that
in part
makes me
by
so
Hewlett-Packard
sad.
Personal computers, developing
You're always
PCs for
installing
business.
games. Me too. I hope everybody's getting ready for whenever I do
Additional funding from
the
Software
Windows
Publishers
98 or
Association,
95. I've
providers
yet
of
to decide if I
educational
want
materials
98 or
to help manage
95. Probably
software.
98
Don't
because it's
copy that
more
file.
compatible with what I'm wanting.
And Villa Crespo
Stream,
software makers
where
of
I
Go
just
Figure,
download a
the
bunch of
problem-solving
stuff
toolkit.
and we look at
Videotape
it.
Copies of all Computer Chronicle shows are available for $32.50. Please order by show number and topic. And for more detailed information about the series, guests, and products featured, you can also order a subscription to the Chaffee Letter. In each issue, Stuart
The
provides his unique
22-year-old
insights and thoughts about the
installing.
fast-changing world of personal technology. Videotapes and the Chaffee Letter can be ordered by calling 1-800-800-9520 or by writing us at the Computer Chronicles.
Do you think I can write to them yet? Okay. Hold on, I had this one queued up. Hold on. Give it a moment to load. I had this one queued up, dude. Hey, before we do that, I'm gonna go grab dinner. So, let me put the BRB up, if you don't mind, because I have not eaten dinner yet. So, give me a moment. I'll be back. I promise. I won't be long, I promise. I have food. I have food. Fast food food. No, it's not fast food. It's just food. It's enchiladas. Here we go. Watch the Chronicles while I eat a little bit.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, how to build the ultimate gaming computer. We'll talk graphics cards and show you the new NVIDIA GeForce 3. We'll talk sound cards and show you how to add stunning theater-style surround sound to your games. We'll show you what it looks like to play a game on the newest Pentium 4 chip running at a blazing 1.7 gigahertz. And the editors of Maximum PC Magazine will show us their choice for the best overall gaming computer. How to build the ultimate gaming PC, coming up next on the Computer Chronicles. Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect. Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. There's some very interesting marketing data on new PC purchases, which shows that most PC upgrades for consumers are driven not by the grown-ups in the house, but by the kids who want a more powerful gaming machine. Certainly there is no more demanding application for a computer than today's graphics-intensive games. So today we are going to help you figure out how to put together the ultimate gaming computer. And we're going to start out with graphics. And here to help us do that is Tony Tomasi of NVIDIA. Hi, Tony. Hi. All right, so you've got the brand new GeForce 3 graphics card
Bro,
here.
look at that
and there's a million
thing.
cards out there. This is new. What is different, better? It's actually a next generation card.
That's exactly right. The GeForce 3 is the latest generation graphics processor from NVIDIA. So this product actually includes a 57 million transistor graphics processor.
That's too many.
That's more transistors than a Pentium 4 plus a Pentium 3 put together.
Just on the graphics
Just
card.
on the graphics processor.
Holy
as well as
shit,
64
more?
megabytes of 230
Why?
megahertz DDR memory.
But what's key about this is
why?
it's programmable,
That's exactly right. For the first time, the graphics processor is as programmable as the CPU. We have an instruction set. Just like the Intel processors have an instruction set that you can program Microsoft Word or Windows with, we now have an instruction set that game programmers can program to create special effects on our processor.
So that means a game developer is not stuck saying, oh, I can only do what the graphics card will let me do. You can make the graphics card do whatever you want it to do.
That's exactly right. So for the first time, really, in real time, game developers can create essentially special effects.
Yeah.
So what used to be the domain just of movies and special effects there, which are render farms and it would take hours per frame, we render those same special effects in real time at 60 frames per second.
This is all about what's on the screen.
Shit,
so let's get to the computer here, and I want you to show me a couple examples. First of all, in a game, I mean, you're concerned about the surfaces of things, the texture, the animation. Show us an example. You have a great example.
He knows what he's talking about.
Right. So we came up with this idea of the chameleon to really show off the nature that because it's programmable, it can change the way it looks.
We
So
should look at
interactively,
old
we can actually
graphics card
demonstrate
boxes.
programmability with this chameleon here. So it's completely real time. I can look at it from any camera angle, any way that I want. It's actually being
driven. So this is all being generated and driven right now in real time.
That's exactly right. All this
it's
code
responding to your direction.
is running on the graphics processor in real time.
Okay. So you've wireframed it, for example?
The first thing, of course, is that the chameleon is built from geometry or wireframe. The animation of this chameleon, how he moves and walks and the skin bends over him, is done with a program. We call that a vertex shader. That's a piece of code that runs on our graphics processor that drives the way he animates. In addition to that, of course, we have the way that he looks. And so we have a variety of what we call pixel shaders to generate special effects that are on the surface of this creature. And so interactively, we can create essentially the Predator look, where he's actually semi-transparent.
The
He actually
Predator
refracts
look.
the ambient light around him, and yet still reflects it, or bends it into the
And again, to be
environment.
clear, this is no cutscene here. I mean, this is you are running this.
That's right. If you look at my hand and you look at the mouse as I move it around, it's completely interactive.
Yeah.
We can play with this as we see fit. And if you look at, well, this is actually our invisible man shader to kind of give you an idea what the skeletal system and the vein system look like. We'll go ahead and let the chameleon continue walking here. We'll talk about some of the shaders. So as we get close, we'll go ahead and zoom in on the surface of this guy. And if you look, just say on the joints of his arm there, the bumps are correct. The way the specular highlights move across the bumps as he animates are all completely correct.
All right. Now, I want you to go to the next demonstration. Another thing in a game is the landscape, the background, the environment. They're often sort of clunky and dull, and they don't really get you into the game emotionally. And you have the ability now to actually generate real-time landscapes too, right?
That's exactly right. Because the processor is programmable, we can actually program the processor to procedurally generate a world. So the advantage here is that where previously worlds would have an end. You could get to the end of the texture or the end of the geometry, and that was
again, this is a real-time generation of this landscape.
Right. If you notice the mouse as I pan it towards the edge of the
Almost
screen,
said fucking
that's the
Fallout
direction that
4.
I fly, and I'm flying around the world. I can get close to the landscape. I can fly up in the air. The other nice thing about this, the world being is completely generated, but we've got so much graphics processing power that we can actually have a little bit of fun. So whenever I click on the screen, we have a meteor flying down, and the meteor does some interesting things. As he clicks and lands, you notice there's that ripple.
You need to stop thinking about Fallout 4.
We do that with a vertex shader. It's actually taking the geometry underneath and deforming it.
And again, you're
why would you even suggest that to me? Quick question, why would you hurt me in this way?
Is the human face, right?
That's exactly right.
I mean, there's so much subtlety in the different expressions. Most games, the faces are pretty boring. You never get to know them, right? You have a demonstration here which is just incredible in what you can do.
Why would you be mean to me?
We wanted to create, to solve the problem, or at least attack the problem of creating some emotional conveyance in a character. Today's game characters are kind of blockheads.
Right.
Today's game characters are kind of blockheads.
Typically plastic hair.
So what do we have here? Zoltar.
So we've got Zoltar, which is actually kind of modeled after the Zoltar character from Tom Hanks.
It's not healthy.
And it's a completely interactive face. I can view him in wireframe. Or not.
Yeah, but go back. Let's see the motion around his. When he talks, I mean, you can see the skin stretch.
We'll move into his face around here.
during the
nice
demonstration.
We'll go ahead and fire up an animation here. And you notice that what we can do is program the graphics processor to deform his actual skin.
Yeah.
We've modeled the skeletal structure and the muscular structure of his face.
Graphics never got better than this. They should have never got tried.
And we can animate him and move him around entirely.
See, this is what Fallout 4 looks like.
For the first time in real time, you can get human characters. This is something that even the movie industry has
This
really
is how
just
they
started
move their
finding
mouths in
passable, and now
Fallout
we're
4.
running it in real time on a graphics.
Okay, so it's NVIDIA's GeForce 3, and it'll cost me how much?
About $399.
All right, thanks a lot.
$399.
All right, well, once you have a killer graphics card in your computer, the next most important element for a great gaming machine is sound. There are many sound cards and systems out there to choose from.
X's on all this.
One high-end option is Scott McNeese of Philips. How you doing, Scott?
Great.
Okay, now we have to explain. It's pretty hard to demonstrate this on television because most people are listening to some little monaural clunky speaker on a TV set probably. So they're going to have to trust us a little bit.
Right.
So let's talk about what's the big deal about your new sound card, which is what, the acoustic Edge. Okay.
Yes.
It's a new generation card too. Why?
Yes. Well, basically what we set out to do is when you're in, how great it is if you're sitting in a movie theater with a really nice Dolby Digital or DTS sound system and you're surrounded by sound, so you just really get immersed in it and enjoy it. Well, we want to be able to create that same experience on the PC. The problem on the PC is most of the sounds you hear, music, even most of the sounds in games, are not positional or not 3D.
At best, it's just stereo sound, right?
Exactly. So
exactly.
we came up with
Sounded
a
so excited, like yes, you get it, you get it.
And the algorithms that we put on it.
Finally, a kindred spirit. They get it.
Any stereo sound and create multi-channel sound, that is 4 or 5.1 channels of sound, just like in the theater, so it surrounds you.
So even though the game itself is only pushing, say, stereo sound, 2-track sound, you can somehow put an algorithm on top of that and pull that apart into 5 different channels, so I really have surround sound.
Exactly. In fact, there's 2 different cases there. There's some games that have no positional sounds at all.
Right.
And those will make that game all of a sudden a positional 3D or a surround sound game. But even those games that are coming out now that do use positional 3D, they'll only take a portion of the sounds and actually position them, and everything else will be stereo or mono.
You can actually put more in the game than was in there in the first place.
Yes.
This algorithm.
Additional layers of surround sound, if you will.
You have a nice little demonstration here, actually. If you can show us a sort of visual representation of the way you break up the sound.
Yes. This is an MP3 player that's included, and there's going to be a visual here. I'm going to start it up. And first, actually, we're going to start it in stereo. And you see these 2 little visuals here. That corresponds to a left and right speaker.
Okay, so that's the 2 tracks that are sort of pushing out the sound right now.
Right, exactly.
Windows Media Player looking at.
Our typical stereo
That's just what it is.
Exactly. Now I've gone to 4 speakers, and this shows.
Now, how did you go to 4 speakers? You just told your card I want 4.
Exactly. I said, let's assume we have a 4-speaker set up with this, and let's go to 4. And if you look at this, you can see the 2 front, left and right, and the
sounds
left rear
the same
and right rear are very different signals, and you can actually hear it. So all of a sudden, you're hearing different sounds.
Sounds
from every
the same.
speaker. Now we're going to take it a step further. Let's say you have a.
No! You've got to be shitting me. That's it. We're not watching PC Zone. DVD 101. Wait! There was creating your own website. Hold on. Creating your own website. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. We gotta learn this. We gotta learn how to make our own website. Give me a moment. I'm eating a little bit. Everybody, I expect you to pay attention, okay? So then we can all create our own website. I expect you to get on the Discord. Okay? And post your website.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, how to create your own personal website. We'll give you
that's
some
quiet.
basic rules for designing a good-looking website. We'll show you one
Is
of
that
the best
quiet on
web
yours,
design software packages that makes it easy to create your own site.
No.
And we'll even tell you
Just
how
on
to
my
add
end.
streaming
Okay.
audio to your site. Plus some new technology to speed up those graphic downloads, some tips on how to get Yahoo to list your site on their search engine, and some advice on how to make your website accessible to the disabled. Also, my pick of the week. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro1's Mathematics Tutor in a Box for school year 98-99, including 6 CDs and workbook. And by Z Auction, the live online shopping experience.
Let's go to Z Auction.
Additional funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection.
Fuck
the
Amazon.
Catalog and online superstore
Z
for
Auction.
PC and Mac products, toll-free technical support, and overnight delivery.
It's a lot darker.
And by Windows Magazine, delivering
Not that
desktop,
darker.
enterprise, and internet computing news, reviews, features, and how-tos for a Windows world, because the world runs on Windows.
Hold on. Not that light. There we go.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well,
Hey,
life used to be simple.
Stuart.
To be plugged into the rest of the world, all you needed was a phone
Parasocial
number.
relationship
Then you had to get a fax
with
machine, then an
Stuart.
email address, and now if you're anybody, you're expected to have your own website. Well, the good news is it's easier than ever to put up your personal website. The bad news is there are a lot of bad-looking websites up there. So how do you make sure yours is a good one?
There's
Glenn
a lot
Davis,
of
you're going to be
shit
our expert. You
websites
started doing
out
the
there.
cool site of the day about 4 years ago. So you've looked at 1 million websites by now.
Feels like a billion.
Okay. And tell us, are there any basic
It's
rules
such a
of thumb
funny
for what's a
thing
good
to
site,
say.
what's a
There's a
bad site?
lot of bad
Try to keep
websites
it
out
simple.
there.
Try to have 5
You're gonna make it
navigation
look
items
awful.
or less on your front
Please
page.
do.
Try to have your page load and be usable in less than 30 seconds.
Your
and have a passion about what you
hair.
do.
All right, practical stuff. All right, you've picked, I know there's 1 million to choose, but you've picked some sites to look at to show both the good points and the bad points of web design. So what's the first one you're going to show us?
This is the 5th house on the left. This is a personal page done by a woman who keeps a diary. She's got a diary of being a new mother.
Oh,
She
you're
has some
really
games that she's
going
written
to
and put
trash
out.
her
How do you like it?
website?
It's a fun page. It's got a retro 50s style to it. You feel like Ward and June.
And it meets your criteria you just mentioned at the
Yes.
top. All right, show us another one. What's
Okay,
this?
This is the gallery of regrettable food. This is a gentleman who has a passion about foods that
Meets
he thinks
the
we
fun
shouldn't have eaten.
criteria.
Right.
You like the design? Did you like the design of that? It seemed pretty simple.
Yeah, it was pretty simple.
Okay.
Then we have the ultralight experience. It's a photographic journal of a man who learned to build and fly ultralight airplanes. And he's got a passion behind here. And you can learn
why do
something.
you like this?
You can learn something here that you would have never learned from anybody else. You
Obviously, nice use of graphics, the way it's underlaid behind the text
Yes,
and so on. Huh?
photographers tend to do really good use of graphics.
All right, another example.
Okay, this is an example of bad navigation. This is a fake corporation called Glass Dog World Domination. You cannot see the navigation
Yeah,
easily.
it's not real obvious where to go to click to get to the next
Yeah,
thing.
it's
huh?
hidden on the right in the
So
little
that's that
colored
little
blobs.
dark bar on the right side?
Some
Right.
people's
So you
blogs
wanna
look like
avoid
this, and I
something like
hate
that.
it.
You want to have your navigation to be as obvious as possible.
Some people who make
You want
blogs
people to
need to
find
watch
what you've got.
this.
Now, what's this?
This is an example of a personal resume site. This is an artist who has put up a site that's used as a personal resume. She talks about what she does, where she lives, what she's looking for, what she can do for people who need her services, and all the things that she likes.
And you like it because it's just the nice design?
Nice
obviously?
design. It does load quickly over a modem, and it's just very elegant
trace full size.
Is it important before you put up your own site to go scouting around and look at stuff to get an idea of what's out there?
Oh, it's extremely important. If you want to build websites, you need to look at the great websites that are out there and learn from them. There's so much to be learned from looking at the good.
Now, the sites you showed us were relatively complicated. I mean, a complicated use of graphics and so on. I mean, can a normal person who's not a geek do something like that?
Oh, yeah. That's
Can
the
a
whole
normal
goal that we
person
have at
do
Project
this?
Cool, and that we think that anyone can build a great website, and we have tutorials that are non-geek speak where you can come in and in 5 minutes have built your first web page using any computer.
All right, so that's the website you run now, which is projectcool.com, and I can go there and get what? You've got it up there now.
You can learn to build the web, you can look at great websites, you can talk with others who are building the web. You can always remember that people are your own best resource in anything that you do, and especially in building the web.
All right, thank you very much. All right, well, once you've created your website, you want to make sure people can find it among the millions of websites that are out there. To help you through that maze, we went to visit the folks at Yahoo to see what it takes to get listed in their search engine.
At Yahoo's headquarters in Silicon Valley, a team of surfers is at work sifting, sorting, and grading websites. These sites were submitted by people who would like to be added to one of Yahoo's groups.
Here, I'm
Personal
going
home
to
pages have their own
going to
subcategory
send
under
this one to
society
you.
and culture, and Yahoo's criteria
is a
for
threat.
inclusion are not too demanding.
So for personal home pages, it's actually a place where we can be even more inclusive than anywhere else.
I'm threatening you with a
Who's to say
good
what's interesting
time.
and what's not interesting, what's useful and what's not useful. And rather than, for personal pages, rather than the point being to convey information to someone else for their own edification, often the point of a personal page is simply for the author to express themselves.
While Yahoo's web reviewers may give more leeway to personal site design, it pays to keep some
Sending it
basic
to you
rules in
right
mind
now.
regarding appearance and content.
First of all,
I like the last thing in our DMs is the tutorial 01.big audio channels, Little Big Planet PSP.
Very clear, useful navigation structure so that someone
We're
who's
kind
never
of
seen
sad
this before can
posting,
come in
but
and
unfortunately we gotta move it
understand
up.
what's where.
Catgirl
Yahoo's
demands it.
editor says that reviewers look for innovation and creative design. But as the number of personal web pages
Look at
grows,
that.
it becomes harder to find sites that truly stand out. Still, a simple, organized site is a good way to start, and the content should reveal something about the person behind the page.
Reveal something about yourself. That's really what it's about. Use it as a platform for expressing, creating, letting people know
This
something
tastes
about
really
you that
good.
they might not have known otherwise. I think there are a number of reasons that people like to create pages, but there are also a number of reasons that people like to view pages of people they've never met before. There's sort of this voyeuristic appeal of people watching and just clicking around in the A's and the B's and the C's and seeing what other people have to say about themselves.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
Thank you, Sarah O'Brien. But they're not.
So let's get down to the basics. How do you
Thank
actually
you.
start creating your own website?
I was about to be
Most
like,
people go out and
when's the
buy a
website
web
making?
design software package, and we're going to show you one example of a good one, PageMill 3.0 from Adobe. And Roger, I guess PageMill 1.0 was really the first package that let you do this. You could just buy off the shelf, right?
It really helped just anybody create a web page who didn't know anything about the web or HTML.
Okay, here we're at 3.0. Lots more features in there, but still relatively easy to use.
Absolutely.
Let's say I just got home, unwrapped the package, installed the software. I want to start from the beginning to design my website. What do I do?
Well, the key is to start simple and then work up as you learn more.
Get the words in there.
Text is number one.
Okay.
So you can get text from anywhere. In this case, I have a Microsoft Word document, and I can just copy, paste, drag, and
So
drop.
I could have created the text in Word, pull it in.
Exactly, or even type it straight into PageMill. I'll just drop it in right here. And PageMill works just like a word processor. You just
So I could do the editing inside there and...
Exactly, and make the fonts bigger and so forth. But the real fun is images, because that's what makes
Oh,
the
I
web
want
really
it in
stand out.
graphics. Okay.
You can get images from anywhere. Use your digital camera, just take them right off your disk. In this case, we'll actually use our web browser, Internet Explorer, to go to a page, and we'll just take pages right
Okay,
off the web.
Let's borrow some graphics from someplace else, all right?
In this case, I'm just going to click on the image right in my web browser and just drag it over and drop it on the little page symbol, which shows me where the background image goes.
Now, how did it know to become a background like that and not just a graphic of a bagel?
Because that's the little page symbol stands for, which means over the entire page.
Okay, and it knows to just go underneath the text like
You bet.
All right, pretty clever. All right, but that's nice, but I want to do more now, obviously.
I mean, you need more than one page to have links.
Right.
So let's create a
Yeah,
second page.
And a real common technique this time is to have frames, which include sort of a table of contents and a banner
I can
across
do
the top.
frames inside PageMill without knowing how that works.
You bet. Just hold the control key down and just drag out an
and
area.
that breaks my page into frames.
You bet. I'll do one from the top too, so I can put like a logo at the top or a family name.
And I can
whatever.
now put different things in those different frames.
Exactly. For one thing, we can actually color them. For example, let's say I want this table of contents area to be white. I have a little color panel, but I have all 216 web-safe colors if you want them.
So that's the background color you're going to put on that particular frame.
Exactly. And so now let's bring some graphics over to it. I'll go back to my browser. Buttons.
Okay.
So I'll go back to that same page that happens to have a whole lot of reserved
God,
buttons
I
on
love
here.
the bagel page
That
so
comes with lots of
much.
pre-made buttons and graphics. I'll just drop some in.
I got my little bagel buttons
Home,
there,
maybe some employment, email.
So it's really
anything you
drag
want.
and drop.
Exactly. And linking is just as easy. So
All right, yeah, so how do I link
Holy
these two
shit,
pages
I
so
want
people can
that
go, say, from
bagel
the word
website
bagel on
so
one page to the back
bad.
Well, here I'll just put some more text in here. Let's say we want to link the word Bagel Bakery to this other page we just
I want to
created.
make that a hot link so somebody clicks on Bagel Bakery, it'll take them to the other page.
Exactly.
I
Just
want to
select
go to
that word, then go over and
bagelbakery.com.
grab that page symbol on the first page, and we'll just drag it over and drop it on that word. And now it's linked. That's all there is to it.
It's a link, it's turned blue.
Exactly.
Magic. What about, now what about that top frame if I wanted to put some sort of banner headline up
Exactly.
there?
Just grab an empty banner, and we actually come with Photoshop, so you can grab empty banners and then go customize them yourself to put your own name in it, your own family
Photoshop
name.
LE is bundled with PageMill. Last thing, the little Java applets, people want little banners scrolling and that cool stuff.
Everyone loves animations on their pages.
The
Here I have an existing
marquees.
page that has a Java applet on here. I'm not a Java programmer.
Now,
I just
where
picked
did
this
that
up.
come from?
It actually comes on the CD. We come with some standard Java applets. And I can just, like any other image, just drag and drop it into my page. And now if I want to put my own name into it,
I love
can just show a
marquees.
little inspector, which lets me get to
I
all the
miss them.
attributes. And now I can just change the text, put my own name,
And in real time, we've just created a two-page site anyhow.
Exactly.
With links, graphics, frames, the whole bit.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, well, it's all well and nice to have the text and the graphics all in place on your new personal website, but if you really want to be cool, you need some multimedia. So let's see how complicated it is to add streaming audio to your website. And I guess you're going to tell me it's not real complicated with this emblaze.audio you've got now.
That's right.
It sounds like it would be complicated. I mean, it's complicated just to listen to audio on a website. You're saying I can just put it up on my site real easily.
Yeah, it's as simple as compressing any existing audio file and then putting it on your website. And now anybody with a Java-supported browser comes into your website and hears audio instantaneously.
All right, this is the personal website you created for your son.
That's right.
So this is real stuff.
Yep.
And it right now doesn't have any audio on it, but we want to say, okay, let's have some background music so
Okay.
when people come to the site, it's more fun.
Sure, it's a very simple process. We open up the Emblaze audio interface. It's 2 buttons, so it can't get much easier. First button is open.
Go find the WAV file that you're going to use.
Right.
Okay,
we have
okay.
some samples here, WAV files. We're going to use the music. And now we hit the other button, which is compress. And we're saving it now with the Java class files, because that's the secret to how you...
So we're compressing the sound file so it's small enough so that it can real quickly move down the line.
Right. Now when we say save, it's compressing the file and creating not only a compressed audio file, but also the HTML for you. It does that for you. So now it's completed.
Now, how much compression are we doing here? This goes from what to what?
Right. We'll show you right here. We have the original sample file was a whopping
2.5 megs or so.
Right. And now we see the compressed file. Music is 50K.
Wow.
So that's pretty
Is it
dramatic.
going to sound okay?
Yeah, we'll listen.
Can we
to
take
it.
a look and see how this works?
Yeah.
Now, how do I actually get the file now into my homepage?
Well, you need to drop the HTML file that we created when we compressed the audio.
Okay, so that code was automatically created by the
Right.
software.
We created
But
it.
I now have to do a little cut and paste inside my original code.
Right, and you could use PageMill or anything
What
else.
is
but
this
we're just gonna,
character
for simplicity,
design?
We're going to copy that.
I love how bad this
Now we're gonna
looks.
just drop in our regular page.
Like here, it looks fine.
Press paste, and we save that out. And now when we come back to our page and hit reload, we now have
Now you got
audio.
a little button down there.
Boom. Now we can hear background music.
And you just did that in real time.
Yeah, that's pretty quick.
Let me ask you the next thing. I think you have a little sample babble that says
That sounds
there.
like shit,
normally you want to
dude.
get the kid's voice up there so the grandparents back east can log onto your website and listen to the kid. How do you do
That's
that?
So we just, that was a link that we created, and now we have...
Okay, so that came off that little babble hot link that was on your home page.
Correct.
That sounded
Now, how
like
do you get that
ass,
sound
dude.
into the computer in the first place?
That is something that you would just record on any sound recorder, which comes
So
with
people
your
may
computer.
not know, but if you've got a Windows PC, you've got a
Sure.
sound recorder built in there, and you can just record those little samples and put them in there.
It's a very simple process.
All right, now you showed something that looked kind of complicated, which was cutting and pasting the HTML code. But you say you don't have to really do all that if you're inside, say, a page mill type
Right.
environment.
If you're using an editor, an HTML editor, you can just drag and drop that applet right into your page, and then it's finished.
What's the trick, Jay? Why is it so easy to do this? And it seems like audio is so complicated when you go onto a website. You have to pull down the players, and do you have the right player, and so on and so forth?
Well, it's a combination of compression algorithms that we've developed and Java technology that lets us have audio for everybody, audio for the masses.
Not a problem.
So,
it was
again,
fun
doesn't matter what's
drawing
going on
her.
at the server. It doesn't matter what's going on at the client end. On my website, I can just stick in the audio like this.
All you would need to do from here is just copy all of those files in the player folder onto your web server, and you're finished. It's a very simple process.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, well, if you're designing a website for an
Yeah, I
organization,
shouldn't
you wanna
told
make sure
you
your
what he's
site is
talking
accessible
about.
to the largest number of people.
I love
That
danger.
means following some basic guidelines and design standards. To help you in this task, we visited one web designer who has set the standard for accessibility in web pages.
In the physical world, they are increasingly common on sidewalks and in doorways. Ramps, the simple inclines that mean access to a disabled traveler. But to persons with hearing or sight problems, entry barriers also exist on the internet. Today, it is relatively simple to make websites accessible to everyone.
Ramps.
The city of San Jose, California decided to do just that by adding electronic ramps to their website.
And as I looked at this issue, I began to see that out there on the net, there were resources for universal design. And that by developing web disability access standards, I would have based on universal design, people with disabilities would have access to our website.
Titty's not round enough.
And not be locked out.
Altering a page to make it accessible is neither expensive nor complicated. It's a matter of good design and common sense. There is even a diagnostic site on the internet called Bobby, after the English constable, that will evaluate your newly accessible website.
If people are doing websites,
taking my
at
watch
home,
off. Hold
putting
on,
up
I hate my
pictures of
watch.
Their family or their.
I hate
their
wearing my watch
particular
whenever I'm
products,
not doing anything.
Include some description about what that picture is. If it's a picture of my
gotta
family
fix
and
this
dog,
head.
and give some kind of verbal.
Give me a
written
moment. The
text
head's like
description of what that
messing
is.
me up.
If you're going to be creating your own website, try to ensure that it's not just a pretty graphical picture, because a lot of people can't access that.
Airport. Attorney apostrophe S, auditor apostrophe, clerk apostrophe S, conventions, comma, entertainment.
Randy uses a screen reader called DeckTalk. With software, the device can read text, open menus, and find hypertext links. But there are some things it cannot do, such as describe images that lack descriptions. It is one example of how even personal home pages can become accessible.
Think about your eyes being busy and not being able to see the screen. What would you do? Think about if you are putting up a video clip and audio, and think about what if you can't hear that? Have a captioning for that. If you are going to have hyperlinks, of course, please don't put them in images unless you have descriptions as to what that link is.
Making a personal home page available to everyone may not be the first thing most web users think of, but a small change can mean a great deal to some web surfers.
What it means to me is when I go to a site and it is fully accessible, I can get to the information, that is a very positive, inclusive feeling for me. It's someone thought about this, someone knows we're out here. When I go to a site that doesn't have any hyperlinks or doesn't have any way for me to access that material, it's like someone creating a building and there's no wheelchair ramp to get in.
No hyperlinks found on this screen.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
Designing an attractive website always means having to make a decision between a site that looks good and is full of cool graphics or a site that's lean and simple but loads fast. However, there's now a technology that lets you have the best of both worlds, and I guess, Dave, that's the idea behind Intel's Quick Web technology. What does it actually do?
Well, Stuart, there's essentially two key pieces to it. One is compression, where we squeeze the extra bits out of these big websites so that they go down the wire to your PC a lot quicker.
Okay.
The other is caching, where if there's a bunch of people that use an ISP that has Intel Quick Web technology on it, the first person who hits that site makes a copy on the Intel server out there at the ISP, and then anybody else going through that ISP in that area can get it just from there. They don't have to go all the way back to Rome or wherever to get it.
All right, so the Quick Web technology sits in my ISP, not
I don't know what I'm doing on this one, but that's fine.
One of the cool things about this is you can get the speed up from Intel Quick Web technology without having to install any hardware or software on your PC. You just order it from your ISP and boom, you're off to the races.
All right, let's take a look at what it actually does. What is the speed factor that I get if I use Quick Web technology?
Well, we'll hit a few sites and you can see for yourself, because it depends on the site, how much graphics are on the site.
So set up what you've done here. We got a little A/B race going?
Two identical computers. They're identical modems and software and everything. They're going to the same modem bank in Oregon, going out to the internet. One goes through the Intel Quick Web technology server, though, on its way out to the internet. And that's the one with the pop-up there that you see in the
All right, so the only variable is one's using Quick Web, but one isn't. All the other
the
parameters
PCs here
are the same.
are identical.
All right, so what are you going to do now? Download two pages?
We'll hit 2 pages. Well, let's say we go to the Boeing company, because they've got a lot of pictures on the website.
Ready, get set, go,
Boom.
and you just said launch it. And
launch the Boeing.
over here, we're looking at Quick Web, obviously, because that's moving quickly.
And you can see the Boeing site has a lot
Pages
of
don't load that fast anymore.
This one's still loading. This is the one that the way you normally see it on a 28.8 modem from your home dial-up. And this site we picked because it has a lot of pictures you can see. And that's what we do. We speed up the pictures on the website, not all the words. So if you hit a website that was all words, you wouldn't see that much speed.
Now, what modem speed are we at right now?
28.8.
All right,
which is what most people on the internet are at, 28.8.
Gotcha. Now, am I suffering some degradation of the quality of these graphics? It doesn't look quite as crisp as on the other side.
There's a little bit more fuzziness because we do squeeze out the bits and throw them in the bit bucket. So there's a little bit of loss of resolution, and depending on how finicky you are.
But generally, who cares?
Most people can't see the difference.
Now, can I control that and say, hey, in this particular graphic, I really want the resolution, I don't want the speed?
Let's say you've hit 10 websites looking for the artwork you want from the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Once you find it, you can go up here in the left-hand corner of the Quick Web one. You can see this is called the speed selector. Normally, you run in high gear in quick speed, but let's say you find the site you want and you want to reload it in full resolution. So you've already hit 10 sites. You found the artwork, Michelangelo's artwork from the Sistine Chapel. You can hit normal speed, and then you can hit the reload button.
Okay, and say, bring it back to me, but don't give me the compression routine.
Don't squeeze it down. Just give it to me in full resolution, because we made a copy on the cache at your ISP.
It's still a little bit faster because of the caching.
Yeah, there's a copy stored in, let's say you're in San Francisco here, it's stored on the local computer in San Francisco. You don't have to go all the way across the country, across the Atlantic to Rome. Boom, it's right there. And so you can see this one's even loading faster than this one did, even though it's the same resolution now.
All right, now let me ask you again, how do I get this? I simply go to my ISP and say, hey, I want to buy this extra service called Quick Web, and I just pay a monthly fee?
You pay a little bit more a month to get this kind of service. It's sort of like call waiting or caller ID or something on your phone, or premium cable channels or something.
Damn, I don't have caller ID.
No software, doesn't matter what processor
No software,
I've got
no hardware, runs on a Mac, runs under Windows, whatever you want.
What does this do quickly to audio and video streaming? Does it affect that in any way?
It doesn't affect it. Not so far. We're not speeding that up. Right now, we're just passing that through. If we get enough feedback from the market, we could do something like that.
Intel's Quick Web. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, that's our look at how to create your own website. Next up, another special preview look at Windows 98, and I'll be back with my pick of the week.
I love the pick of the week.
Customizing your start menu is a great idea. Unfortunately, in Windows 95, it's way too hard. It's a lot easier in Windows 98 because it's all done with drag and drop. Let me show you how it's done. I'm going to click on the Start button here and just go to the Programs item and select Microsoft Word. Now I'm going to just drag and drop with the left mouse button and drag it up to the top of the Start menu. Now when I click on the Start button, Word is always going to be there. I can rearrange all these items as well. I'm going to drag and drop Microsoft Excel here to the bottom, and then I'll maybe bring the MS-DOS prompt to the bottom as well. I can do anything I like. I can also drag and drop to the desktop. Here's Excel going to the desktop, and now that's a real shortcut.
Oh, can I do that? Hold on.
It works both ways. I can put Microsoft Outlook right there on the Start menu, up here with Microsoft Word. And here's a really neat trick. You can drag and drop to the taskbar. Creates a miniaturized
I can do that.
You can click on in the future.
What's up with my games folder? What happened to my games folder?
Those are just a few of the ways.
Why does it look like that?
Easily, the Start menu in Windows 98. No, you should note that this is
I'm gonna take a screenshot of that real quick. Why does my games folder
from the Microsoft site.
Look.
Back to you, Stuart. Now for my pick
Like
of the week.
that.
Let's say you want to
Edit.
build your own
He's
personal
showing-
website, but
Hey,
you don't want to spend
gamers.
$100 to go out
Why
and buy
does my
some web
games
design
folder
software.
look like
well,
this?
I'm going to show you how to create your own website for nothing using a new web service called Homestead. This
What
is a
the
Java-based
hell?
application that you can use for free
Oh,
to create
remember
and
Java?
host your own website. The URL is homestead.com. Here's how it works. Once you log on to Homestead, you see a page builder that lets you easily drag and drop various text, graphic, and interactive elements. The Homestead site is full WYSIWYG since you are literally building the home page in real time
WYSIWYG?
inside a browser.
I know
It's
we
easy to
already went
import
through that,
images
but
or animations.
WYSIWYG?
The site comes with its own clip art library. You can do layering and even add complex
That shit
elements
at 8
like
o'clock.
scrolling banners and chat rooms. One nice feature of Homestead is that it takes advantage of being a web-based design tool by allowing several people to collaborate in the design of a homepage so that, say, members of a family or an organization scattered across the country can all work together to create a group homepage. Another nice feature of web-based Java applications like Homestead is that you never have to worry about updating your software to the newest version. Whenever you log on to homestead.com, you obviously automatically get the current release. This is a very cool new way to use the web and the power of Java. Check it out if you're in the mood to finally launch your own website. That's it for this edition of the Chronicles. If you'd like any more information about anything you saw on the show, please check out our website at cnptv.com. Thanks for watching. Hope we'll see you here next time.
You will, you will, you will.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch that.
Publishers of Pro One Software, educational software for young adults.
Or not the ads, the
And by
sponsors.
Z Auctions, the live online shopping experience.
Yeah, fuck Amazon,
Additional
dude.
funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection, the catalog and online superstore with PC and Mac products, toll-free technical support, and overnight delivery. And by Windows Magazine, delivering desktop, enterprise, and internet computing news, reviews, features, and how-tos for a Windows world, because the world runs on Windows.
It really does,
Purchase
though.
a videotape copy of today's program. Call toll-free.
Like the machines over at Walmart. They run Windows 10.
7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, desktop video. We'll show you the newest way to get digital video into your
Desktop
computer.
video?
We'll show you how to turn your video into a panoramic 3D image using something called the video brush. We'll visit the new Digital Room exhibit at the San Jose Tech Museum of Innovations, plus a complete video production studio on your desktop for under $1,000. A look at how one NBC
Under
TV affiliate is
1,000?
moving to digital desktop video and how you can create your own dancing baby. Also, for under
No, go back, go back, go back.
A look at how one NBC TV affiliate is moving to digital desktop video and how you can create your own dancing baby. Also,
Oh. Oh. Oh wait. I want the Wayback Machine. I know you can only see like a chunk. Hold on. You got pajama pants? Oh, nice. Hold on. Yes, you did just come back to Dancing Baby. Hold on. Let me, hide my tabs first and foremost. My disgrace. Let's see. Link to Net Cafe. Let's see. Man, it sucks that, like, images aren't really cached or cached, whatever. Man, this is so sad. Website featuring graphics of gummy bears, Swiss chocolate, and other delicacies would be a big hit when it launched in December. They were wrong. Problem: search engines don't have a sweet tooth. They only recognize plain vanilla HTML text. Candy lovers therefore weren't finding the candy.com site near the top of their search engine responses. What? Did I? What is... They have NFTs? I don't know who Candy even is, yet they have NFTs. Candy plug. Who is this? I wanted the original candy.com. Okay, yeah, this is it. Let's see. Issues. Oh. Freak. Oh, fuck yeah. Wait. Hold on. I think you have some misinformation here. Have you ever heard of a prison system? NCA. Hey, NCA, have you ever heard of the prison system? Hey, NCA. I... Buddy! We're committed to eliminating forced labor, criminal abuse that is thankfully extremely rare. Okay. Okay. Distinguishing edibles from confectionery. God, what a what a thing to read. Walmart. They're shopping at Walmart. That's a Walmart bin. that doesn't look like the inside of a Walmart. That looks like a Dollar General. But it's not a Dollar General because it's not the Dollar General yellow. On the inside, it's orange. Dollar General is yellow. Costco, maybe? Costco's a, bulk supplier, though, isn't it? Costco's, you can't just buy one thing at a time. You have to buy it in bulk, right? So it can't be Costco either. Because that's buying, like, individual products right there. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Let's see. Can we look at candy.com? Oh, shoot. I messed up. Hold on. I want to search candy.com. Please. Wayback Machine. No, 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 no. Not the current version. I want the one from 2000. Hold on. See, this is the thing with art streams, is I gotta do all this too. It's a art stream / scavenger hunt sort of situation. Wait a bit. Can you show me candy.com? Please! I just want to see candy.com. Oh my god. They can't show me candy.com. Tiger's up here. She got a kiss. Do you want another? They don't want to show me candy.com. That's Store Fortress. You don't want to look at that. There we go. Please, 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 I want to see candy.com. I want to see candy.com. Please. Please. Please let me enter the world's best candy at the store. No. No, it doesn't work. No. No, 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 no. I'm only gonna... Oops. I opened link in a new window on accident. Hold on, is this gonna work? Wait, hold on, go back to him. You can't... Oh, no. Save that image. Can I get that image on the screen? Please! Hold on, I gotta... filter. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna put this right here. No, no, why did it send me back to the start? Hold on, hold on, hold on. No! Can't go back to the homepage. Why is it like this? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't send me back. Don't send me back. No, 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 please, 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 thank you. Oh, okay, it's just sending me here. Customize your own tints box. Oh, I wish so bad that I could get more. That sucks. Oh, Andes are good. Okay, yeah, order clove gum. Picture unavailable. They got bubblegum cigars. They got Butterfingers. Chocolate cigars. I don't want no cigars. I want... This man is ugly. I'm sorry. Why is it like, why is... He's like both a child and a middle-aged man religious. God loves you, Bandable. Oh man, I wish Michael was here. I'm gonna send him this. Hold on, let the page load and I'm gonna send him a picture of this site. Oh, it's not gonna love. Or load. It's not gonna love. Frog. What do you mean frog? What is frog bracelet? What do you mean frog? Hold on, I gotta send this to Michael. Out of context, this looks like a Neopets thing. I gotta send, hold on, I'm sending that to Michael. It's very important that I stop stream. Oh my god. God, I wish that page would load. I wish it would load the image so bad. That is so sad. Racing, sports, games, gifts and electronics, keychains, inflates. Yeah, what kind of inflatables do you got? Hold on, I'm seeing if there's a different capture for this that would have the image on it. This man's divided into two halves. Okay. Yeah, this one. Inflatable shark, inflatable green alien. Is this where you get them from? Please load. Wait. Oh. Oh, fuck. Hold on. 20 bucks? What if I want, like, specific tropical salt? 5 pounds of the tropical saltwater taffy. Oh, I love these things, bruh! Yo, I love these things so much. 80 of them. That's too many. That's too many. For $22 though? $23 though? Bruh, I'm about to act up. Dang, no, they're out of the island punch and the watermelon. They got the banana flavored though. Man, this is so sad. These things are so good. Do they have the cinnamon? Hold on, you're gonna find out that I can't spell a single thing, so give me a moment. Oh, they do! Oh my god, dude, I'm about to fucking act up. I'm about to buy something. Listen to some Michael. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, and then it looks like everything else is sold out. I wonder if it's like per month they get a new thing or not. Oh man, oh, the cinnamon imperial hearts are sold out, dude. Oh, that. Yeah. Oh, those things are good. These Cleaver candies, silly strawberry bananas, dextrose candies. These are good too. These are so fucking good. Oh, dude. Hold on. Hold on. You know what I'm looking for. If you know, you know. If you don't, you'll know. You'll know soon. Oh shit, they got Broadway on wheels. I love these things. Not the strawberry ones, I like the watermelon ones, but like, they're so rare to find anywhere. Like, I don't know why they're so hard to find. Dude. Dude, do you not have them? Bubblegum El Bubble cigars. They're sold out. Strawberry bonbons. They got the strawberry delights. Those are sold out. But the bonbons are fucking sold out. This is a travesty. That's a travesty, dude. Shapes. Show me some animals, dude. Funny bones, multi-color candy bones. That's not an animal. Gummy turtles. Dude. They have the rats and crocodiles. Tarantulas. Why is this $121? Tequila pops with worm. Real worm inside the pop with a tequila taste. These hot licked pops has great tequila flavor you will love. It's real worm. That's probably why it costs $121.99. Cricket Pops. Yeah, let's look at the Cricket Pops, please. Real insect in the middle. It's just a cricket. Eat the cricket, idiot. Scotty dogs! Strawberries, that's not an animal. They got licorice cats, gummy aquariums, Pez dispensers. Pez dispensers are on thin ice. Honeybee hive. Peeps. Yeah, I guess peeps are animal shaped. Reception stick candy. Flavors. Oh wait, hold on. Patriot. Hold on, do they have religious candy? Seal holidays. I guess technically Christmas. Hold on, where are them at? They got green gummy army men. It's such a shame you can't see me right-clicking on the screen. Wait. Hold on. I hate when Firefox does that. Because I can't just hit right click and save images. Hold on, inspect. It's not working. I have to delete this. I sent it to Michael on accident. I can't just click and drag it either. Oh my god, what is this image? I want this image so bad. Look at him. Oh, war is hell. Holy shit. Halloween, Christmas, Hanukkah. Show me the Hanukkah candies. Yeah, that makes sense. Casino themed candy. Yeah, I guess. It's kind of boring. Father's Day. The golf balls. Necco wafers. Necco wafers. I don't think that's what I think it is. Graduation. Get well candy. Big honk bars. Honies. Oh yeah, brands by color, holidays, occasion, flavor, bulk candy, shapes. Not coin shape. Would it be round? Yeah, it'd be round shaped candy. Hold on. Oh, it doesn't matter. It'd be sold out anyway. What flavors you got? Banana, cherry, coffee, blue raspberry, apple. What a disgusting image for the apple flavor. Good candy, chocolate, raspberry, watermelon. They have watermelon. Bruh, I'm about to fucking act up. Oh my god, 5 pounds of the gummy ring watermelon flavored. Oh, but they're out of the saltwater taffy. Let's see. Do they have... They do have them listed. These things are so good. We were watching the Computer Chronicles and got here. Okay, Candy Direct. I'm a weak human being and cannot eat this much candy. Nor can I share this much candy. Orange. 15 pounds is the orange slices. Oh my god. Oh, we can't be doing this. Can we... Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. God, I wish this image was bigger. I wish this would load. We need to quit though. Hold on, where was I on okay. I promise we can get back to it. Let me hide this one. It was the second one. Okay, everybody.
My pick of the week. It's all coming up next week on the Computer Chronicles.
I do need the God Loves You guy on my screen though. Oh, right. We got done with that one. High Tech Hawaii Part 3. Tech Friends 5th Generation Computer. Computer Kids. So, oh, this one's for us. This one's for us, girlies. Let me add a filter to this little guy real quick. Give me a moment. Where'd my...
This week on the Computer Chronicles, cyber dating. Syndicated columnist and author Larry Magid joins us for a guide to virtual online
Oh no, that is just in my left ear or right ear.
Cupid's network on the web to check out the action there. And we'll take a look at Net Noir on America Online. Plus, meet Dr. Judith, a counselor who specializes in online romances. And a look behind the scenes at one online dating service called Match.com.
Can you remember Match.com?
My pick of the week, all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro One Software, educational software for young adults. And by Upside, the business magazine for the technology elite.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Steve Shaffer. One of the most bizarre aspects of the growing cyber life is the number of couples who meet, fall in love, and even get married online. There are a variety of sites where you can do this, and here to give us a guided tour is Larry Magid. Hi, Larry. Hi. You're not the same as Leisure Suit Larry,
No,
are you?
I'm Larry's World Larry.
Larry's World, okay. Give us a basic introduction.
I'm Larry's World Larry.
You can go to online if you're interested in meeting someone.
Well, the first thing you can do is these computer bulletin boards, and they've been around forever. They're private boards. You know the number, you dial in. Sometimes you pay a membership fee. But now the real growth is on the internet. And on the internet, you have a number of options. You've got websites that we're going to show you in a little while. You've got chat rooms, IRC, Internet Relay Chat, or these web-based chat areas where you can just interact.
Hold on.
You've got news groups where you can post messages, and then sometime later people respond. And then you've got a number of specialized areas. We'll get to that.
Right, well, let's take a look at some of the choices right now. Let's look at some of the sort of official
Give me a moment.
services you were talking about.
Everybody should know where this is going.
Posted called Dating and Romance on the Net. And so we've got a number of matchmaking. One interesting one is called computerized matchmaking.
Oh no!
There are a lot of choices.
Oh, there are tons of them.
Hold on.
And computerized matchmaking, you remember, or maybe some people don't remember, but back in the old days of Univac, they had these computerized matchmaking services. And here it is, a modern-day version.
Hold on, I gotta go to studio mode real quick.
Who are you looking for?
Your
What do you
sexual
want?
preference, and you know, and basically
Hide the persona real quick.
with another person, a group of
Because
people who meet your profile.
And you just wait for some hits to come back.
it's all about God loves you.
All right, so that's an example of
it's all about God loves you. God loves you, dude.
Right. And there's the Internet Relay Chat, which tends to be a little disorganized. You sort of catch as you catch can. But some companies have set up these actual web-based chat. And you have to download some software. It takes a few minutes. It's free. And once you get into there, you can actually get into a chat area.
So this is unmoderated, sort of. You just walk in like you might into a bar or a bookstore or something. You just meet whoever's there.
And you can do that through the web or through the IRC.
Okay.
Then here we've got
news groups, as you mentioned.
You mentioned news groups. And then you've got some specialized areas.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Cyrano. And Stuart, you remember Cyrano de Bergerac.
And what helps you come up with those beautiful, flowery words to woo your loved one.
Exactly. He wasn't good looking, but he was a very good writer.
Give me a moment.
Well, you may or may not be good looking. You are certainly. But Cyrano can help you write a love letter, can help you write a letter to dump somebody if you have to do that. And all you do is you fill out certain information. You tell it whether you want it to be steamy or what you
Don't
want.
talk to me or my sons ever again.
He wrote a little Valentine for somebody, put a picture in there. And it's, I wouldn't exactly say it's X-rated, but it's definitely...
You want to edit this stuff before you actually
take a good hard look at it, or you might be embarrassed.
All right, now, final point. If you do meet someone online in a chat room or something like that, what are the cautions?
God loves you.
To make sure you don't get hurt by this?
Well, the most dangerous thing is if you actually physically meet them somewhere and they turn out to be a real creep. So if you're going to set up a meeting,
This
make
is
sure it's a
it,
public location,
dude.
like a restaurant. There are other people
Fuck
around.
VTubers. It's all about God loves you, bendable
you could lose your heart.
thing.
You could be in a situation where you actually put a lot of energy into an online relationship.
Bruh. Computers rule, dude.
If you're in a real relationship,
dude, computers rule.
Risk it. A lot of people have really essentially
Let's send it to Michael.
some kind of an affair online that really has upset their mate.
Thank you very much, Larry.
My pleasure.
All right, well, while some people are meeting online using computers, the real old-fashioned matchmaking services who introduce people face-to-face are also using computers to bring Mr. Right together with Miss Perfect.
I'm using computers right now,
spends a
dude.
lot of time in cafes and bars,
Bro, look
but
at
he
that.
Isn't there to drink. John
He
is
isn't there
meeting
to
his
drink.
clients
He should be.
who are looking for personal introductions to potential partners. John Michael Introductions is a matchmaking service that travels both in person and via the internet.
It's like choosing a doctor. I mean, your health is important to you. So it's important to me that I find somebody who cares about my future.
Come here.
And takes relationships seriously.
She doesn't want to open the door.
That's what's important.
Come
to me.
here.
Somebody,
Come here.
because this is somebody I'm considering spending my life
Come
with.
here.
You know, and
you can do,
and I want John to help me find someone that I can do that with.
John does operate a dating service online.
I gotta go open the door. It's cracked, but she doesn't want to come.
He decided to keep that separate from the personal side of the business. Instead, he exchanges potential partners with matchmakers around the world through a private, password-only database.
Yes, you.
The internet link
yes, you.
adds
You're
a
allowed
database
in.
that is basically,
Yes,
I don't know how else to describe it, but it's unlimited. Matchmakers could add their clients in a confidential way by first name and basic criteria without giving their phone numbers and specific information. Other matchmakers could log on and they could share that database.
Even with the impersonal internet service, John keeps the face-to-face links alive, meeting frequently with other matchmakers such as SJ International in San Francisco. It's still his
Give me a
preferred
moment.
way
She
to bring two
unhooked
people
my
together.
my
Going
headphones.
over this this morning on the way up here. And Ireland knows a gentleman on the restaurant. Is it Carl? In Sausalito.
Yes.
The profession of matchmaking is an old and traditional one,
There we go.
which John hopes to modernize through the internet. But regardless of the means, the goal hasn't changed.
Farmersonly.com.
Wedding. No bells yet, but it's in the making. It's in the making.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Believe it or not, some sophisticated technology is being used these days to make online matchmaking more efficient. One example is a new singles channel on the web launched by a group called American Singles, and that's your baby, Dan. Let me ask you about that. You are using something called back web technology, which is new. Explain how that works.
Instead of going out to the web to gather information, the web comes to you. It's a push technology instead of a pull technology.
So you don't actually sit there and have to pull down stuff. It on its own pushes stuff down to your computer.
Right, like
what?
once a day you'll get matches that fit your criteria that you're looking for in a person.
So if I've signed up with American Singles, I say I'm so-and-so and I'm looking for this kind of person, and I'm busy here working on my word processor, and what happens?
Well, what'll happen is a little heart will drop out from the top of the screen here. There it goes, and a heart will hit it.
Boing, we found some connections for you.
Right, we've got some people for you. And so all you do is you click on it, and what you'll do is you'll get a list of the
I'm gonna
matches that we came
download
up
that.
up for you, and all you do is you select on them.
All right, so if I was Tim in Cleveland, I said I was looking for whatever, and it said here's 10 potential partners for you, huh?
Right, and then it'll launch the web browser for you, and you'll see the match.
So there's Lisa, who's 25 years old, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and you can just sort of scroll through those
Right,
people?
exactly. You can just go through, and there's a lot of detail in each person's profile.
Yeah. Now, suppose I find one of these people that I'd like to meet further. What do I do?
Well, we have a number of ways of contacting
Holy
people. Certainly
shit.
email in most cases, but for those who don't have email, and we actually do have some members who don't want to use their email address, we offer the option of regular snail mail, where someone can send us a letter, and we will
So
go
you
ahead.
have the real mail address. Then.
Right, but the person who advertises, I mean, it never gets released to the public. They send it to us, and we forward it on.
And so I would fill out the usual kind of profile about my age and who I'm looking for and what my hobbies are and so on.
Similar to what you see over here when I get to it. There we go. The back web subscription form, which actually allows you to go and fill out some of that information right there.
And again, all that matchmaking is taking place by some computer in the background, and when it's ready, it just says, hey, I found some stuff for you.
Exactly.
Let's go back to, your homepage here at Cupid's Network.
Oh, you are nothing but leg. I messed up. Hold
I
on.
can actually find out what's going on in the real world in my town this weekend.
Exactly. You can go in and see events based on your area code or by the city, state. And you can also see the entire events list, so it gives you a lot of details, and it's all over the country.
Okay, now you had something else. You said cool sites for singles, so that'll give us a little shortcut.
Cool
What are some of the
sites
ones-
for
well, obviously your
singles.
site, American Singles.
Twitter.com.
Cupid's Personals, and Cupid's Women of the World, which has many women from all around the world, and a couple of other ones. Yeah, right.
Now, let's make clear, you know what you're talking about here because you met your wife online, didn't you?
Right. Met my wife through a personal prodigy a number of years ago.
All right. Now, secondly, This is really a service to people who live way out there. You've got
Hold on, can somebody get me? Hold on, I'm gonna make a little hat for this guy.
Not too easy to meet some girls in a bar there, I guess.
No, but at least they've got a way of meeting someone that in the future, when they come back to the States or wherever they live, that they can go ahead and communicate.
How do I make a little hat for? What kind of little hat do I
One
want?
of the hallmarks of the web is that it can equalize everyone in terms of race or ethnicity, but sometimes you don't want that. You prefer to find a site that brings together people of common interest and heritage. And one good example of that is a new website called Net Noir, and that's your baby here, Dave.
Yes.
What's the basic idea behind Net Noir?
Well, Net Noir, we refer to ourselves as the soul of cyberspace, which is your home for Black interactive entertainment. And we focus on primarily being the Black channel on America Online.
Okay, you're on AOL, but you do have a website also.
Of course, www.netnoir.com.
Okay, let's take a look at the AOL site here and see some of the things you can do.
Sure. Now, our strategy is not just to focus on content. We focus on bringing people together, so entertaining interactivity, and we do that through a variety of methods.
Give me a moment.
It includes daily polls. Message
So,
boards,
like,
chat rooms, and there's two products I'm going to show you right now.
Okay, so these are just activities that people can do together and kind of meet in the normal way you would in the real world.
And also get an idea, a sense of what the rest of the community is like.
Okay.
For example, the love and libido poll, which is kind of fun. We do this daily, and this question.
Do you find yourself attracted to those who are already taken?
So I don't want to answer that.
You don't have to answer
Thank
that
you.
one. I won't put you on the spot
because my girlfriend's watching.
But can we find out what the results of one of these polls are?
Sure. I can take you to our archive because it's published the next day, and we have the Love and Libido poll archive. Here's one. Do you yearn for your first love?
Okay, that was one of your questions.
Yeah, and here's the response and the breakdown by
the
percentage.
stabilization.
38% said.
Most people are in B.
Exactly. My
First
first
love will
love.
always have a special place, but I don't yearn for him or her.
There you go.
Okay, they're happy.
So we have an idea. I mean, this is fun. It's interactive and allows.
Now, how would I get
people
to meet people doing that? I mean.
Oh, that in fact, you're not going to. This is a purely an interactive component.
Just fun.
But how you meet people is through our area called Club Net Noir.
Okay, show me.
And when you join Club Net Noir, what happens is we have you fill out a form, and basically it's gathering psychographic information in general.
So it's got my profile, it's got the profile of your other members.
What kinds of it's broken down by horoscope, gender, and of course, most importantly, hobby and interest.
Okay, so show me an example of how I'd find somebody who has my same interest.
Here we have a whole list when you fill out the form, anything from cycling to outdoors, travel. Let's go into love and romance.
Everybody's interested in that, or they wouldn't be here in the first place.
Exactly. And here you have a whole romance collection. And this particular
person... So there's a bunch of women who are in that category. So let's say Andrea of California.
Exactly. Andrea sent us her photo. She's now actually started at the top. She is female, but she didn't give us her age.
Photo, no age.
No age,
Okay.
but she's very attractive.
Yeah.
Her ethnicity, state that she's in, her other interests. And I want to point this out, and of course she gives us a little bit of a bio. But if you notice, this is just one collection. She's now in the Love and Romance collection. She's also listed other interests such as, for example, travel.
So could I hot link to that other subset of people who care about travel?
Precisely. If we go back to this page here which lists all the hobbies and interests, go into travel, you can find, there she is.
Give me a moment.
There's other people now.
Exactly, a whole other slew of other people. So in other words, it's not just romantic,
get another image
bringing
up.
people together. That's really important for our service, because we're community-based.
Okay, what are there things once I meet someone here, what do I do? I mean, I've seen Andrea and I say, well, she's kind of nice. What do I do now?
You have her email address right here, and basically you're able to, and in the new version of America Online, their client, 3.0, you're able to actually hot link and just shoot up and send off an email directly to her. And then that's how people are actually connecting. We've had one marriage, and we're expecting our new baby, our first baby, in about a month.
This stuff works.
Oh, it definitely works.
Dave, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, what does happen to people who meet online? Well, as you heard, some get married and live happily ever after, like Michael and Joanne, who met at one site called Match.com.
Michael and Joanne Wegener are married. Mike is from California, and Joe is from Nova Scotia. But they did not meet at a
there we
bar
go.
or
I
a
gave
club
him
or
a
through
hat.
friends.
Oh, wait,
They
hold on.
met, got to know each other, and fell in
There we
love
go.
on
I
the
had to
internet
layer it
through a
properly.
service
Sorry,
called
everybody.
Match.com.
And I just happened to stumble on Michael's address.
Can you imagine that website existing, like, for real?
This guy, read his profile and see what he's all about. And I read his profile and I was completely floored.
Match.com claims over 100,000 subscribers, among which 30% are women. The goal was to find a way to make the service appeal to women.
Well, we wanted to open it up to everybody. You know, the internet, the power of the internet is that everybody can participate, right? And what good is it if there's just a bunch of guys online?
Besides a friendly,
Thank you.
non-techy interface, Match.com features electronic mail, photographs, and a database. A new member completes a personal profile, which can be as detailed or as vague as she likes. The search for compatible partners can be just as detailed or not. But maybe the most important aspect is keeping the service safe.
We've tried to make it feel safe and comfortable, so we've done things like you exchange email anonymously, you have to verify who you are. That sort of security features are very important to women.
Some people look at Match.com as a way to find friends with similar hobbies or pen pals around the world. Others may be looking for something more serious, and once in a while, they find it.
To me, it became fun, but it was all of a sudden Joe showed up. And it was just like out of nowhere came this woman that if I'd met her in a bar, or I don't know if I would ever gotten to know her as much as gotten to know her on the net.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Thank you, Giles Bateman.
If you fall in love online, odds are you may also get your heart broken online, so you need a counselor and some cyber love advice. That's the specialty of Dr. Judith. Dr. Judith is out there in cyberspace.
I know I
somewhere. You there,
shouldn't
Dr.
laugh.
Judith?
Yes, I am, Stuart.
Okay, I've got your website up here, and tell me what's the basic idea. Why do people come to you for advice to the lovelorn online?
Yeah, why you?
Well, basically,
that was mean, sorry.
One that they can tell their most intimate details to. And they can do that online without looking me eye to eye.
So it's kind of a little bit safer, a little more private online in a way.
Certainly
Oh,
is.
good.
Really
Sherry Heels. It's Sherry Heels, everybody.
Let's go to the next page, and you kind of post a weekly column here. You had one letter
Do
from
not
somebody who
use.
had a kind of serious problem. Their partner
Please
talked
use
about
Kappa
committing
Cash.
suicide.
HypnoCoin does not give me anything.
Stuart, when it comes to suicide, that's something you want to deal with immediately. And
God.
that tells you just how serious the relationships online can get. This partner was about to commit suicide, and so the other one felt like since they're committing suicide, I might as well take my life too. So I responded immediately.
Do you have
Holy
situations, we hear a lot about the so-called cyber affair, where you've got sort of a happily married person in the real world, and they sort of fall in love with someone online. Have you dealt with that problem?
Yes, I certainly have, both online and in my office.
And what do you tell people? I know you can't generalize too much, but what do you tell someone like that?
Well, for one thing, if they're married, they better end that affair immediately.
The cyber affair?
Yes.
Because this is the same, an affair is an affair, you're saying?
That's correct.
That's correct, idiot.
Okay, what else? Any other general advice?
Hold on,
about
I
the
didn't see
dangers
his
of this
face
kind of
whenever he was.
Well, yes.
Because this is the same, an affair is an affair, you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, what else? Any other general advice about the dangers of
Like,
this kind of
no, oh, yeah.
Well, you're looking, when you talk about meeting online, it's beware.
God.
Yeah.
Everyone is not always as honest as you may be. So know what you're dealing with out there.
All right, let's go to some of the sites that I know you are.
God, I
interested in
love
that are
him.
good
Look at
places to meet.
him.
I'm calling up one here, which is called the Dating Connection. What would you say about
I
that?
love
well,
him.
The Dating Connection is an excellent site, Stuart, as well as Rendezvous online dating. There's romance online.
I want to
Let's do one at a
squeeze him
time. We're
so
looking at
fucking
Dating Connection
badly.
right now. What do you like about it?
Well,
Oops.
Dating Connection publishes the results. They say that they have about 600 marriages and engagements that they're responsible for. They also have a list of common abbreviations, which is very
Yeah, I
helpful.
see that right here, which is cool, so you can read those personals ads, huh?
Sure, that really helps. They've got C for Christian, HWP, height,
Right.
weight, proportionate, SOH, sense of humor. That's a unique
I
one.
am
You
DDF.
mentioned another one here, which is Rendezvous. What do you like about this
Yes,
site?
Rendezvous, beautiful site. They not only cater to their members, but also to guests. They're one of the most romantic opening pages that I have seen.
Okay. There's
God,
another
that
one
looks
here,
so
we're looking
good.
A little bit more romance online and what you can do there. Then Romanticy Island. What in the world is this?
Okay, Romanticy Island. They have a village area where members receive
You finished
discounts on
recording
items purchased.
what I wanted to.
Beautiful, beautiful site. There's also an East Indian
Hey, real quick.
which caters to Africans.
And here those
Salt sites.
the site.
Talk about. Well, for one thing, if they're married, they better end that affair immediately.
The cyber affair.
Pay attention to his head.
This is the same. An affair is an affair. You're saying.
That's correct.
Okay. What else? Any other general advice about the
Shaking
dangers
his
of this
head.
kind of thing?
The quick
Well,
shake to his head
you're
before
looking,
nodding.
when you talk about meeting online, it's beware.
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah.
is not always as honest as you may be. So know what you're dealing with out there.
All right, let's go to some of the sites.
God,
that I
we're
know
learning
you
about
are interested in
e-dating.
and think are good places to meet. I'm calling up one here, which is called the Dating Connection. What would you say about
The
that?
front of
Well,
his
the Dating
heel looks
Connection
painted
is an
on.
excellent site, Stuart, as well as Rendezvous online dating. There's romance online.
Let's do one at a time. We're looking at Dating Connection right now. What do you like about it?
Well, Dating Connection publishes the results. They say that they have
Hey.
about 600 marriages and engagements that they're responsible for. They also have a list of common abbreviations, which is very
I
helpful.
see that right here, which is cool, so
heel?
you can read those
What?
personals ads, huh?
I am DDF, by the way.
C for Christian,
And
HWC,
MBM.
highly proportionate, SOH, sense of humor. That's a unique
Let's see.
All right, you mentioned another one here, which is Rendezvous.
Damn.
What do you like about this
Yes,
site?
Rendezvous, beautiful site. They not only cater to their members, but also to guests. They're one of the most romantic opening pages that I have seen.
Okay, there's another one here. We're looking a little bit more romance online and what you can do there. Then Romantasy Island. What in the world is this?
Romantasy
Romantasy
Island.
Island. They have a village area where members receive discounts on items purchased. Beautiful, beautiful site. There's also a East in Eden, which caters to African Americans. Another gorgeous site to pull up. And of course, you've already mentioned Matchcom.
All right, finally, how serious is this cyber dating stuff? I mean, is this really becoming an important new way to meet people as opposed to the bar, the bookstore, the newspaper column?
I would say it's an excellent way to meet people as long as you're very cautious in your relationships.
All right, but this is serious business, as you suggest. Don't think this is just some little play on the side.
That's correct. Now, a lot of people will use it for that, Stuart,
Yeah.
but it is not.
And as you say, you got to be careful you don't really know who you're dealing with.
That's right.
Dr. Judah, thank you so much for joining us.
You're sure welcome.
Well, there are lots of places to go on the web and on the commercial online services to meet people. Here are a couple of other
I don't really
suggestions
want
from
to
our
draw their
webmaster,
wings, I'll be
Happily Married Giles
honest.
Bateman.
Online minute.
Yes, Stuart, I am. Thank you very much. But just because I didn't find my wife on the internet doesn't mean
You
your
look
special
so
someone isn't out there
soft in
somewhere
that.
online. Now, if you want to find
He
them,
looks
one of the
so
places you might start
comfortable and
is America
cozy.
Online's,
I'm like
chat
envious
rooms, as they're called. You
of
can
how
either click on the
comfortable
chat
that
button up
man
here, or go
looks
to the People Connection. That's
in
what
that
America Online
sweater
calls
of
it.
his.
And when you get here, click on List Rooms. You'll find different categories of rooms, and click on Romance. You'll get a list of all the romance-related chat rooms going on. Now, these are pretty much a free-for-all, and although most people are very well behaved in this, you will get some weirdos now and then, so you got to be careful
You
and
will
sort of
get some
anticipate and
weirdos.
expect anything when you go into these rooms. Now, if you want something that's a little more organized, click on the button here in the People Connection called the Plaza. You'll get different categories here. You'll be able to click on the Romance channel, and what this will do is it will link you up with all these different services, everything from ABC's Love Online to AstroMates. Now,
Let's
if
see
you're on the
here.
internet, not on America Online,
The
and
video is
you're
only
really
playing
serious
in your
about
right ear.
finding
Yeah,
somebody,
yeah, that's
finding
just
that
how it
match,
is.
Go to the Silicon Matchmaker Electronic Pen Pal Network.
That
This
is
a collection of over 37 different unit
just how
systems
this
all across the
specific
United
video
States.
is,
They ask you a
unfortunately. That's how
57-question questionnaire,
dating
and then
is.
they'll help match you up
Actually,
with
don't
people
know
from
if
all
I
these
like
different
the
databases, and it is a pay-per-service
No,
thing.
I don't-
but
I
if you're
don't think
serious,
I
it might
like
be worth
that.
it. Here you can see all the different
The
places people are using the service from. So
spikes on the
we've pretty much got you covered.
knuckles.
Love American Style. Now, last but not least, if you're really open-minded, you'll want to check out Net Love. This book, The 75 Most Erogenous Zones in Cyberspace, covers the gamut of definitions of what love is, everything from flirting to, well, I'll just leave it up to your imagination and probably a little bit beyond.
Yeah, ERP! A book about ERP!
Summary of the latest internet and PC news. Here's Lori Anderson with this week's Random Access Report.
It's electronic roleplay, don't worry.
In the Random Access news this
Wink.
week, in an effort to avoid several lawsuits and ease some customer frustration, America Online has decided to offer subscribers a refund.
Oh,
AOL
shit.
users will be entitled to a free month's service or a refund of up to 2 months' cost. They also said they will stop signing up new members until it solves its access problem. The move was part of a proposed settlement with 36 states who were threatening lawsuits against the service. AOL's misfortune may have helped one of their competitors. AT&T says it has seen a rise in new subscribers for its world.
The LGBT community has forsaken American Online. It sure
Has been
has.
experiencing 3 times more signups this month as it did last month. In a random poll of over 1,000 new subscribers, 77% say they were calling AT&T because they were dissatisfied AOL customers. Apple Computer may be considering
Fuck
closer ties
AT&T,
with
dude.
industry giants Intel and Microsoft. The New York
No
Times
joke,
reports that
fuck
Apple may
AT&T.
make a line of computers
If you
that
try to
run
come
on
in
the
here and
Intel
ask me about
microprocessor.
AT&T,
Currently,
get
Apple
out of
uses
here. Don't even
microprocessors
try.
made by Motorola. Apple is also said to be interested
I
in
don't want to
licensing
talk about it.
Microsoft's Windows NT. Speculation came after Microsoft chairman and
I
CEO
love
Bill
them
Gates
suddenly
visited
charging
Apple's
us.
headquarters
Cowboy
earlier
Minnesota
this month.
Fats, I was so close to
Finally, if
fucking
you're a fan
banning
of
you.
Chicago-style deep dish pizza but don't live near the Windy City, this will make your mouth water. Chicago pizzeria Giordano's is now offering online ordering for national delivery of their famous stuffed pizza. The pizzas are prepared to your specifications, frozen, and then shipped via Federal Express.
Holy
Cooking
shit.
instructions are included to ensure a pizza that tastes like it just came out of Giordano's oven. That's it for this week's news.
That
Back to you,
rules.
Stuart.
Now for my pick of the week. If you do meet someone you like online, often the next step is to exchange pictures. Well, it would be nice to do that electronically online, and to do that it helps to have one of the new digital cameras. Here's one I really like because it makes it so easy to dump the digital photos from the camera to your PC.
So
and then
easy to
email it
dump
your
ass,
sweetheart.
dude.
This is the new digital still camera from Sony. It has lots of nice features,
fuck.
including this tilting lens.
What?
It has a color viewfinder built in. It does 640 by 480
Next, you're gonna
resolution.
tell
stores
me
over
it
100 pictures,
flips.
and it has
Some
a
like the
rechargeable
camera
battery.
flips out or
It's
some
also got a
shit.
built-in flash, a macro lens, and zoom capability on playback. But what's best about this camera is that it's easy to transfer the pictures from the camera to your PC.
How do you do
If
that?
you have an infrared port on your PC, and almost all new computers do, you can just point the Sony camera at your PC.
What?
It beams the picture right into your
What?
computer, and you don't have to worry about carrying around cables. If you don't have an infrared
I can't
port, you
do
can still
that.
use a cable to view the pictures on your PC or on a TV set. It is the DSE F1 digital camera from Sony. That's it for this week's Chronicles.
Holy
we'll be back here again
shit.
next week with more of the best in computer, CD-ROM software, and the internet. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Hope to see you here next time.
Wow, that's a...
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated.
Don't copy that floppy.
Publishers of Pro One software, educational software for young adults. And by Upside, the business
Windows
magazine for the
NT,
technology
slow down
community.
in Silicon Valley, memory
To order a
management.
videotape of this program, call 1-800-916-PC.
This one's laptop peripherals. We've got to know about laptop peripherals.
Would you like to buy a bridge? The Brooklyn Bridge. It'll help you get from your laptop to your desktop and back again. It's just one example of a host of new computer peripherals being developed especially for laptop users.
Yo, no joke.
Today we'll take
What
a
a
look
good
at
intro.
laptop peripherals on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
He's got like a little cat face going on. Like, his mouth is like this. This rules. Computer Chronicles rules. I gotta turn it back down though. Now that's a little louder.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services.
Who's that?
CompuServe, helping people
What was
get the
that?
most from computers.
Gamer? Hey, gamers, what was that?
Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, these are two Toshiba T1000 laptop computers. This is the basic machine. Our viewers will see this screen on the top. This is the basic LCD Super Twist you get with it. I added a peripheral to this machine. I now have a little switch on the side, and I throw it. Instant backlighting, better screen in low light conditions. When we talk about peripherals for laptops, it suggests that these machines don't do what they ought to do in the first place, so I have to spend a lot of money on these peripherals. Why can't they just build a laptop that has everything in it in the first place?
Well, the computer designer is considering the manufacturing trade-offs, the cost of the parts, the cost of construction. With laptops, you also have size, weight, power consumption, so you go from, say, a half a meg system up to a full megabyte of memory and add modem circuitry that's going to pull the batteries down a lot faster. So those choices then are left up to the consumer. they can add those parts off the shelf and customize their own machine.
Gary, today we'll take a look at some of the most important peripherals for laptop users. We'll see devices that add memory, devices that add battery power. We'll take a look at devices that let your laptop communicate with other computers, and we'll take a look at some battery-operated printers that you can carry around with your laptop. Now, one problem every laptop user has is sharing files between the laptop and a desktop. We're going to start with a profile of one user who solves that problem using a program called LapLink.
Ricardo Martinez is a physician working at Stanford University Hospital. He has also authored numerous articles for medical journals and books. Dr. Martinez has found that a portable computer with an accessory or two can make his life a lot easier.
Yeah, like a mouse.
What I have here is the one I use the most of all. And with that modem, I can get into the National Library of Medicine and do computerized medical searches. I can then take the part of that search that I want and transfer that onto my data disk on the laptop. Then taking the laptop with me to the library, I can have those articles, pull the articles if I want it. I can get full text off the National Library of Medicine and keep that with me.
Dr. Martinez uses a simple cable and software connection called LapLink to download segments of larger files from his PC to his laptop computer. The portable then becomes his principal writing tool and reference library, whether he is at home, at the hospital, or at a distant medical conference.
Certainly the portability has been nice for me because I can take it on the airplane, I can take it to another city, and any meeting I'm in with another physician. For example, I'm working on a project with another physician. When we meet, we can have the work done right then and there on the computer.
Dr. Martinez foresees a time when the portable computer might play a role in diagnosis and treatment, especially in remote areas. But for now, he is satisfied that by helping him speed up his research, it improves the quality of his work.
I love this little in-between tune. It's so good.
Joining us in the studio now is Mark Epley, president of Traveling Software, a company which specializes in laptop peripherals. Next to Mark is Keith Comer of Toshiba, known to many laptop users around the country as their private online laptop techie. Gary.
Mark, these displays are looking real good on the portables now.
Oh,
you
shit.
With a hard disk, right?
I did my lines on top of the image.
Machines, are they dinosaurs now, like the old computer rooms full of computer equipment?
Well, I don't think so. I think you see an evolution going on in the marketplace, and I think what we see happening is our laptop computers are becoming the personal computer, a la a small form factor desktop alternative. You have 386, 286 processors and higher res displays and hard disks, and that's
so I think it's still complementary then anyway.
Yes.
You have a program here that's called Battery Watch. I guess this is one of the problems with laptops, right? Is that the batteries tend to go down and at times which are inappropriate, like when you're flying on an airplane. Right? What does Battery Watch do?
Well, Battery Watch, well, you're right. The age-old problem of battery going dead while you're using it on the road, and that was strong motivation for us to do this product. So what we've done is we've dismantled 18 different laptop versions, taken them all apart and put them in our labs with current monitoring equipment on them and measuring the floppy drive, the display, the hard disk. And what we've come up with is very accurate calculations in real time. It's living in the background, 15K of code that's constantly monitoring what's going on in the machine. And you have, like a fuel gauge in your car, your time to empty in hours and minutes and with a bar chart.
And you're saying it's sensitive to your particular machine.
Did laptops really not have like a battery
meter?
It's
constantly changing. It depends on your use of the laptop. For instance, this has a hard drive, and I put
or is this just a thing to show you how much?
Turns the hard disk off, and then you see the time goes up in hours and minutes.
Now, let me ask you a couple of questions about the batteries themselves, because I'm a little confused here. If I bought a battery, are two batteries going to have exactly the same discharge characteristics?
No.
If I change a battery later on, is it going to act the same way as it did before?
No. In fact, you can adjust Battery Watch for that. Every battery has different characteristics, amp hour ratings. And if you replace the factory battery here with a higher amp hour battery, you could adjust Battery Watch to compensate for that, and you have very accurate readings, up to 99% accuracy.
Okay, Keith, now suppose you're using Battery Watch and you find your battery's about to die on the 1200. What do you do?
Well,
give me the computer, Mark.
Give me the computer, Mark. Mark, give me the computer.
With battery packs that come off
while the machine's on, even if you're in the middle of something, you can turn it off. It checks to make sure everything is spun down, the hard drive's parked and everything, then it goes off. Then you just pull this battery right out of here, reach into your briefcase, and you've got another battery, your pocket,
Which you could have been charging in that thing.
Right, this is the offline charger. You can put 3 of them in here and charge them all night. The little lights tell you which ones are ready. And then you just drop a new battery in here, turn the machine back on, and with the resume mode enabled, it comes right back up the same place you were.
But you don't lose anything. It gets you back where you are, back to where you were before.
What the fuck?
Okay, turn it around, and you've got a sort of expansion
My
slot on
computer
there,
doesn't
too,
even
and
do
tell us
that.
what kinds of things you could put in there.
Right, in the back here we've got an extra
I'm not
slot,
saying that to anything
like
that's happening.
Like an IBM's expansion slot. We have a different form factor and size and obviously power capability. We try and do these all in CMOS. This panel comes off and then extra cards can slide in here. This is a RAM card. We've got a third-party speech card here. There are a lot of modems that go in this slot. This machine also allows you to put a modem inside so as not to use up the slot so that you can have yet some other device in there.
Okay. That does bring up a question, though, about expansion chassis in general. Is if I want to put in standard IBM boards, how do I handle that?
Right, we have another card just about like this one with a big plug on it, and there's a cable that runs around, and we have an expansion chassis that's not terribly portable, but it holds 5 regular IBM cards. You can use, usually this is enough for carrying around. It's got all the standard kind of ports built in, the hard drive and all. If you have a network or some other kinds of cards you want to use while you're at the office, you bring this in, drop it down, plug the card in, and you're talking to the other device.
Keith, we have about a half minute left. Dump to 1200. You've got a T1000 over there, and you've got one more thing to show us, which is the RAM card with that. Explain
I
it.
love him in his suit.
The RAM card is it's an extra 768K of RAM. You take the screws out, take the top off like this. RAM card drops right in here. Trivial to install. Now you've got the 512 that's already in here, plus that 768 gets you 1.2 megabytes. That extra RAM can be used either as EMS or as what we call hard RAM, which is a RAM disk that doesn't go dead when the power goes off. So it acts like a very tiny hard drive, really, in practice. This machine,
of course, only has the 1 floppy. So
right, it has 1 floppy. It does have a DOS ROM. The ROM is drive C, so it boots to DOS from that drive C, and then this RAM card acts as drive D.
Keith, Mark, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll show you how to add things to your laptop, even if it doesn't have an expansion slot. Stay tuned.
You can do that? Where's he coming to? Oh, you know. Wink.
Joining us in the studio now is Chuck Weston. He's editor of Portable Computer Review, a magazine for laptop users. And back with us again, Mark Epley of Traveling Software.
Chuck, one of the problems, of course, with the laptops is if we like to put standard cards in there, you have kind of a problem there. Tell us about one.
I like him.
This is a special interface that allows you to put an IBM board under a laptop, a small laptop computer that doesn't have an external slot. He turned out so well. This is the interface. I'll show you this Toshiba here.
Let's see the color stuff. Hold on, color. What if I turned him green or yellow?
This interface board
what if I turned him
the
lime?
Toshiba slot, which is not a standard IBM size slot.
Oh, you know me. I love that anyway.
It fits on the IBM board. And you put this in here and put your IBM board on it. And the IBM board would fit inside this housing. And there's a Velcro strip here that you stick to the bottom. And then the 2 screws that hold the interface here would hold this one underneath. Then your IBM interface connector would show out on this end. You can hook your peripherals out there.
So you can put one board in there.
One standard size IBM board.
Now, isn't there also an option for a hard disk that you can put in?
Yeah, these 100s can be had with a 20 meg hard disk, and the power comes from the internal battery power from this. From the laptop.
It runs the hard disk also?
It would run the hard disk also.
So you're showing that on the 1200, the hard disk would be valuable if you put it on like a 1000 or the 1200
on a
without the
1000,
hard
if you
disk.
had a smaller computer that you really like, the laptop, the option of not having to upgrade to another computer, you can buy the hard disk and add it on and still have the your laptop that you're familiar with and that you like.
Well, one thing laptop users want is a little printer to carry around with them, and we have 2 examples of them here.
What should you do now?
Let's start with you. What's the Axonics?
This is a portable printer. This comes in 2 varieties. This one is,
You've been
is
restless
not the battery
all
power. This is an external power source. It has either on the back. It has a connector, a Centronics connector, or the standard
just a good question.
25-pin connector that you can use a standard 25-pin cable
Be a
on.
little self-indulgent. Give me a bunch of things you like. What does she draw?
Ribbon.
Yeah, ribbon dot matrix printer. And it's very light and small. It fits in a briefcase, and it'll do the job on the road. If you have to have battery power, the battery-powered version is will get the job done, but not many people.
What does it sell for approximately?
About $500.
Okay, now the Diconics is a really little one, Mark, and you sell that one, I think. Tell us about we sell that. this in our catalog. It weighs, with batteries, 3.75
that looks
pounds.
very good,
and
too.
It prints on plain paper. It uses inkjet technology, the same that the Hewlett-Packard ThinkJet. In fact, it uses the exact same cartridges, which are readily available. And it's very, very nice output. What about the power? Where's the power source? The power is in rechargeable C batteries here. And you get about 50 pages per charge, so you get a real good output for your charge.
So this kind of device will have a whole airplane full of people printing out.
Yeah, it's very quiet too.
Let me go look up an image of Bridget Guilty Kid.
What's that little box?
One of your newer OCs.
This is a brand new product.
You gotta
in
post
our
your
catalog.
newer OCs.
It's a fax. It's a
Hey, will you
portable
post?
fax, and it weighs less than a pound, and it connects by serial cable into a laptop
you should
and you can transmit fax to any
send
Group 3
them
fax,
to
which
me.
is a standard worldwide. So you can sit
Getting
in your
messages on
laptop
my
computer
phone.
in a hotel room.
I hit
and
my daily
transmit,
steps goal. Yeah, I
an
know
image
that
of your
already.
letterhead,
Get out
just
here.
like you dropped a letter in.
So you wouldn't have a
facsimile.
scanner attached necessarily, but
no, you would do that faxing out of the memory of your computer. Yeah, you would do that in your office. You'd scan in like I've done. I've scanned in my letterhead and my signature. I have two files, a letterhead and signature file. And I use WordStar, and I write my letter and insert the letterhead and signature file sandwich in between what I've written in WordStar, and I fax it out here, and it comes out at the destination just like it looks like you would scan it.
Is this only outgoing?
It will receive, and you can view a fax on your display. It doesn't have the, obviously, with this size, it doesn't
pose it together.
the hard copy, but you can print it out.
He stole this from Tina, that's fine. Oh.
Portable printer.
So there you
Oh,
go.
I
As you were saying, Gary, what do you need a
love
desktop for? You got everything you need.
That's right.
Just about.
Oh,
Okay, we're going to be back in just a minute. We're going to look at
Peony.
modems next. Now, if you had your ideal modem, what would it have in it? Probably a tiny
Oh, but they're
cellular phone,
both
so you wouldn't have to go
very
around looking for a phone
good.
jack. There actually is such a product. Wendy Woods has a report.
Whether a customer has a problem with an IBM typewriter or an IBM mainframe, the
get this
distress
open on my
call
phone real quick.
starts here.
IBM Service, this is Doug. May I help you?
Let me
This
get my phone
customer
open.
service representative is part of a sophisticated dispatch
That's
network
fine.
maintained on powerful mainframes. The communication center's computers can keep track of a customer's history, the parts inventory, and most importantly, can locate the closest, most qualified engineer to answer the call. That person is located on what's probably the world's most sophisticated pager. A portable terminal which displays details of the assignment and allows the engineer to carry on a two-way dialogue for more information. The transmission is sent back and forth across high-frequency
Is she a little
radio
dog?
waves.
Is she a puppy?
In other words,
Is
the
Peony a
engineer can
puppy?
virtually access all the information in here on here.
It has been the most universally well-accepted tool that we ever gave any of our customer engineers. If you stop one in the
She's
street
a little dog
and ask them what
gardener.
is the one tool that he could not do without, he'll tell you his DCS portable terminal.
Don't expect to see this system available to the public anytime soon. IBM has no plans to sell the technology that makes all this work. The bottom line is that this system is just too valuable to share. In San Francisco for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is our friend George Morrow, computer pundit, and the guy who knows a little bit about portables, having designed the Morrow Pivot. And back with us, Mark Epley of Traveling Software. And over there, about to give us an interesting demo soon, is Chuck Weston.
Gary also wanted to clarify in the last segment, we suggested that the one under works with the T1000. It doesn't, just with an 1100 plus or a 1200.
Okay, good point. Well, actually, that leads to the next topic.
Okay.
And that's how you get data out of one of these things to the rest of the world. Mark, you've got, what, a couple of modems here, some adapters for the telephone. Tell us about it.
What I have here is a couple of products that we carry in our catalog. One is the WorldPort modem. It's one of the world's smallest Hayes-compatible battery-operated modems. It works on a 9-volt battery, and it just plugs into the back of a laptop computer, and voila, you've got instant communications at 1200 baud or 2400 baud. And it even supports an acoustic cup adapter that can be put on the mouthpiece of the phone.
Hold on.
Or
I don't like how that looks.
Acoustic cups are not as reliable as a direct connect. So thus, there's a
See how
problem
you
there,
can
and
just
we have
delete
two
things so
solutions.
easily.
This has been popular for the last several years. It's called the Blackjack. And it
just plugs into the phone.
Yeah, you unscrew the mouthpiece of the phone, a round mouthpiece, and put this
good
over there.
old-fashioned phone.
Good old-fashioned phone. And
that just moves over the phone, right? It just, you don't screw it on or anything.
Yeah, it just puts clamps right over it.
So do they ever come off?
Yes, they do. And there's also an arrow here. And I don't know, at least I have a problem with that, trying to figure out whether it's up or down. And I've used this for years, and I still have a problem with it. So now we have a brand new product, and this is called the Data Mouth, and it will actually screw right on there, and it has a little additional electronics, so it's more accurate.
Is it a real mouthpiece also?
It's a real mouthpiece.
So you can talk through it and also plug your modem in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what about the modem sitting over here? It looks like a little bit like a race car.
Yeah, what's this funny little red thing?
Yes. Now, this is, we don't carry this in our catalog. This is the Mygent modem. It looks nice, but looks are not everything. I'm performance oriented. It does not have the LCD light, so you know whether you're connected and at what speed.
Oh.
It doesn't support acoustic cup, and if you're traveling to Europe, the world standard is CCITT, and it doesn't support CCITT.
So it's okay in the USA, it's just not good overseas.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the stuff, George, you have in front of you, and I know you've talked before about using your laptop. And
That's right. And one of the problems,
5 1/4 problem.
Right, one of the problems in laptops is that most of the software that exists is in 5 1/4 inch drives, and almost every one of the portables are 3 1/2. The 3 1/2s are nicer drives, but there comes the problem of transferring. And you think first you can go out and get yourself a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive and do it. Unfortunately, the drives are standard, but the connectors are not standard. Every vendor seems to have a different connector in the back of the machine, and some of them change connectors with models. So what's happened to me is I've become almost completely dependent on LapLink. LapLink plugs into the serial port, and it's screen driven and allows me to transfer data back and forth.
What's the transfer data rate?
About 115 kilobaud, Gary.
Okay.
Big files take quite a while, but for most of the files it happens pretty quickly. There's error checking. You can get around your directories pretty easily. It's pretty
I had
good.
an image in my head, and now it's just like trying to translate that properly.
It takes the pain out of having to have one of these things around. So I do really believe that the software will overcome the hardware solution.
Okay, Gary, at the beginning we were talking about screen quality on laptops, and we have a kind of Magnus solution called MagnaView. Chuck over there is going to show us a way that you can be working on a presentation on a laptop, then go into a big meeting and actually take the output of your laptop, I guess, Chuck, and display it. Show us how you do that.
Well, this is the MagnaView. This is basically the same technology as your LCD screen, except that it's transparent, and it replaces the LCD screen on your computer. And this is just the pattern. There's no information being transferred here now. Could you bring the lights down just a little bit?
Can you bring the lights down just a little bit?
And I'm going to transfer the graph that's sitting here on my
computer. Can you turn the lights off for me?
Redirect it to this as if it were an external monitor, and that will be projected through the overhead projector onto the screen. Thusly. It's a great marketing tool.
Okay, so that's a graph that's on your laptop right now.
This graph is on my laptop. As soon as I redirected the output to this as if it were an external monitor, it appears on the overhead.
Stuart, I've used one of those, something like it. And
great presentation tool.
I've given talks where all of my slides are on the computer. I just put this on the overhead and away I go. I can't tell you how efficient it is when you're traveling and having to do presentations.
So what about the resolution, though? That's what
the resolution is as good as the CGA.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not the quality of the slide.
Newer ones are coming out EGA.
It isn't the quality of the slide. But the amazing thing is you can fix a slide
right before the presentation.
That's right. You avoid that hard copy problem and the whole mechanical problem of creating the slide or the transparency.
It's done more toward making a presentation very productive and very easy to tailor to different audiences than anything I've seen, Gary.
Chuck, what's the name of that again?
This is called a MagnaView, Duquesne MagnaView.
Any idea what it costs for something like that?
Oh, they run between $1,000 and $1,500.
$1,000 and $1,500, yeah. There is an EGA version in the works too later this year.
Yeah, there's about 4 different versions, Stuart. Kodak makes one they call Slideshow, and there's 2 or 3 others. There's several Japanese versions.
George, Chuck, Mark, thank you very much. That's our look at laptop peripherals. Hope we'll see you here again next week on the Computer Chronicles.
Random access file this week. You should have bought that Macintosh last week. Apple just announced some hefty price increases on Macs, laser printers, and other Apple products. The basic Mac 2 goes up $1,100 to $4,869. The basic Mac SE goes up $400 to $3,169, and the Laser Writer 2 goes up $400 to $4,999. Well, they're ganging up on IBM again. This time the clone makers are going after the microchannel architecture bus on the PS2 computers. NEC, Compaq, Hewlett-Packard, Epson, AST, Olivetti, Tandy, Zenith, and others have announced a new bus standard called EISA. The group says the new bus will offer all the features of IBM's MCA, but will be able to handle AT-compatible boards. Wendy Woods reports in her NewsBite service that Steve Jobs has set a date for the unveiling of his first Next computer. The rollout will take place on October 12th in San Francisco. The product is expected to be an academic workstation featuring superior sound and graphics. The machine will run Unix. Scientists at Bell Communications Research in New Jersey have reported a major breakthrough in neural chip technology. They say they have developed a chip which can be taught rather than programmed. The neural network chip features 6 neurons and 15 synapses, which act like a 15-chip parallel processor. During training, the synapses are either strengthened or weakened, depending on the correctness of the computer's conclusions. The nation's first computer virus trial opened in Fort Worth, Texas last week. The defendant is accused of planting a virus inside the computer system of a former employer after he was fired. The virus destroyed 168,000 records before it was discovered. The hacker faces a possible 10-year prison sentence. Time now for this week's software review. Here's Paul Schindler.
It's not much of a message, but I'm not much for wearing t-shirts. I only put this one on Socrates here to let you know that you can make your own t-shirt at home with a new kind of Macintosh package, Chest Top Publishing. I love that name. You get a special ribbon, and with that and an iron, you can turn any clip art into a t-shirt. Now, most clip art is awfully small. The advantage of Chest Top Publishing, besides the special ribbon, is that its art is big enough for a t-shirt. Also, the program reverses lettering, since otherwise the letters come out backwards on the shirt. Chest Top Publishing does not include a package for handling the art. You need to have Mac Paint or any other program that will accept Mac Paint files. We're using Super Paint here. Now, if you want color, buy color ribbons or use these fabric color crayons. Chest Top Publishing runs on the Macintosh and costs $60 from Unison World Software in Berkeley, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
The Software Publishers Association handed out its Platinum Label Awards last week to 17 software titles that have sold over 250,000 copies. Among the winners were Hardball and Test Drive from Accolade, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, Print Shop Companion, and Load Runner from Bruderbund. Other companies with winners included Data East, Electronic Arts, Epix, and MicroProse. Lotus has started a new upgrade program for buyers of 123 version 2.01. Buy 123 now, and you can upgrade to 3.0 for free when the new version of the program eventually comes out. Finally, beware the desktop publisher with a guilty look on his face. Police have arrested Paul Seinfeld and charged him with forgery after he used his computer to create very convincing fake cashier's checks and purchase order forms. The DTP hacker used his fake checks to buy computers all the way from Massachusetts to Maryland. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Cynthia Steele.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services.
You have the end of it already.
CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Tell me how to prevent spam, dude. Tell me how to prevent spam. I miss the old intro. Oh, this one's only in your left ear this time.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, how to fight spam. We'll show you some anti-spam tools that are already on your computer. You're probably not using them. We'll tell you about some effective anti-spam applications that you can download. We'll look at some of the possible consequences of replying to spam, identity theft, and child abuse. We'll show you MailShell, an intelligent email system that lets you customize your inbox to avoid spam. And another form of spam, pop-up ads. We'll tell you how to get rid of them. Plus, my pick of the week, a cool new way to get broadband access without wires. Fighting spam, coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is brought to you by the Oracle Small Business Suite, one completely integrated application that helps make it easier to run your business, including accounting, sales and service, your web presence, and more. Additional funding is provided by PC to PC, the online migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one.
Said it before and I'll say it again. Feet are not my strong foot. Yeah, that.
And welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. If you're an email user, and I'm sure you are, if I were to ask you what's your biggest complaint about email, I know what you would say. Junk mail. All that spam that gets sent to you that clogs up your inbox and makes it harder for you to get the real mail, the stuff you really want to read. Today we're going to help you fight spam, and what you may not know is that you probably already have some spam fighting tools on your PC that you're not using. Here to start us out with some spam fighting advice is Mike Elgin, editorial director of InterX and former editor of Windows Magazine. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Stuart.
Let me just ask you the first basic question. Where do these guys all get my email address?
Well, anytime you post your email address anywhere on the internet, whether it's AOL chat rooms or posting on a BBS.
And everybody wants you to put it in there somewhere.
That's right. It's going to be harvested, put on a list, and sold to numerous spammers. So you need to be very careful and be aware that anytime you register for something, chances are your email address is going to be put on a list.
All right, now what can you do? I know you've said like Outlook actually has some tools that you can use that most people may not be aware of.
It does. There are two levels of defense. Let me show you those.
Okay.
Now, I've got an inbox here. It's a typical Outlook. I'm going to click on the Organize button over to the right here. That's going to bring down a series of options. The one on the bottom here is called Junk Mail. I'm going to click on that. The default is to change the color of email that Outlook thinks is junk mail.
Okay.
So we want to change that. That's not strong enough. We want to move it. I'm going to automatically move junk mail to the junk email folder. It'll create a junk email folder, and then we want to click to turn that on. Okay? And then we'll also want to move any adult content. It has its own unpublished ways of determining what this stuff is. We want to also move that to the junk email folder. Now you can delete it or take other actions.
But what are the definitions here, Mike? How are you defining junk?
Well, it's looking for
How are you defining adult emails?
Like explicit commercial messages. There are there's a long list of things that it's looking for in email. Now this is, I'll talk about the things that you can control more directly in a minute, but this is the things that, if they published it, then the spammers would all know how to get around it, so they keep it secret. So now I've turned these things on.
Right.
Okay, so that's one level. Now, later on when I get email, And here are some email in my inbox. Some of it is junk mail. Now this looks like, you know, do I need a second mortgage? That's junk mail.
Sure.
I can tell right there. So I'm going to right-click on that and go down to a junk email item.
I want to identify that as a junk source.
That's right. Now I'm going to select Add to Junk Senders List. In addition to the things that they look for within the message, they also keep a list of everybody who sent.
Where it came from.
Now, that's really not as effective as it sounds because spammers change their send address all the time.
Spy versus spy going on.
That's right. It actually helps filter out some of the more, you know, legitimate advertisers.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's look at another thing that's more powerful. A lot of people don't use these. Under the Tools menu, you see something here called the Rules Wizard. Okay? Rules are basically little macros that you can easily create to do a whole number of things, and one of them is get rid of junk mail. So I'm going to create a new one by clicking on New. Okay? And the default is check messages when they arrive. That's good. I'm going to click Next. And then here's the part that really enables you to get rid of spam. Go down here and click on the checkbox that says either specific words in the subject, specific words in the body, or my favorite, which is specific words in the subject or body. I'm going to click on that.
So you can create your own rules.
That's right. If somebody sends me something that says casino, okay, now I'm going to click Add, and I'm going to tell you how you're going to prevent email from your mother that says casino from going to the junk mail pile, and any other words that, you know, that you think
send
might
me
come in.
emails about casinos.
Subject
I
and
will
so
be
on. So
sad,
click OK.
and it will be sent to spam, and you will be reported for spam.
I'm going to move this to my junk email folder, okay, or any folder. You can also put it in delete. I'm going to go ahead and put it in deleted items because I'm pretty confident in this, and go next. There are exceptions. One of them is to accept everyone in your Outlook address book. That keeps your friends and colleagues from having their email put in the junk email folder. And then I'm going to go ahead and finish that. Now, the secret sauce of this technique is that it's iterative. As junk mail slips through both of those layers of defenses, you need to look at it and
keep
figure
on
out
fine-tuning.
Why did it get through, and then go in and add some more keywords and so on. And that's how you can just use some basic level. That'll filter out right there half of the junk mail you get.
Right. We're almost out of time, Mike. I know there's some AOL things too. We don't have time to show it, in which you can go inside AOL and use some controls also.
That's correct. Parental controls, it's all there.
Yeah. Finally, just a general user tip, apart from specific things, to try to avoid the volume of spam.
Two things. One, use at least 2 email addresses. One legitimate one and one public one. And the other tip is don't reply to email that comes in.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Well, in addition to specific anti-spam tools like the ones we just looked at, there are some software companies that will sell you a complete intelligent email system that includes spam fighters. One of those is a product called MailShell, and this is Eitan Urbis of MailShell. Welcome, Eitan.
Hi, Stuart.
Give me the basic idea. What do you guys do? What's your approach to fighting spam?
Sure. We do 2 things. One is we help you get all the email you do want while blocking all the email you don't want. And once we separate the good from the bad, we help you manage the good so that you can be more productive, use email in more ways, more efficiently.
Okay. Well, it's a little fuzzy sounding, so we better actually do this and show me what your approach is.
Sure.
So this is your site. We go to, I would use the MailShell service and do what?
You sign up at MailShell. All you need to sign up is an email address. So I use my Hotmail address to sign up, and I'm going to log into my account. And when you sign up for MailShell, what we let you do is we let you create an identity. So in this case, I would be, that's my name. I can be Stewart.com, or in this case, a subdomain of mailshell.com.
Or somebody at tvdemo.mailshell.com.
Exactly. And you can create any address you want for wherever you go. So rather than give out your private address, which is how you get spam, do what Mike says. Have alternate addresses.
So not only 2, but a specific address for every perhaps purpose or
right. And you can either do one shopping as one address for all of your shopping needs, or individually.
All right,
for
do you
example,
have some examples? Yeah, show us.
Sure. I created one for my auctions on eBay. So on ebay.com, I don't want to give up my private address so I'll get spam. I have ebay.mail at this name here. I can set spam filtering, either none, lenient, moderate, aggressive, or even very strict, only allow certain senders. I can also use that to compose mail wherever I want. So I can say that whenever I send email, I want to use from that eBay address or from any other address.
So let's just say you've set up all these different addresses there, like Expedia, eBay, Friends, Investor, Shopping.
Right, and this lets me manage the mail that I get, and what I can do too is manage how I deliver it. So that means that when mail comes into me, I can say either keep it on MailShell, I'll check my mail here, or forward it to my other private address, so I can still use that private address. forward it to my Hotmail account, forward to my cell phone, my PDA.
Okay.
We let you get it where you want.
Okay, but this is like an extreme case of people who have a couple of different email addresses. You say have as many as you want, and this way you know who. It's like when you have a magazine subscription, I guess, and you put a specific name so you want to know who got that.
Exactly. And this way, if I create an address at eBay and I start seeing mail from someone else, I know that
where they got it.
Where they got it, who's the leak.
Okay.
The last thing that I can do, which is important, is since I want to keep my existing address, I like that address, people have it, I can use MailShell to clean the junk mail from my existing address. So I can tell MailShell, go fetch mail from, let's say, my Yahoo mail account, bring it to MailShell, clean it up, clean out the junk, and then forward it again to another private address, cell phone, wherever you want.
Right,
so you don't have to switch from what you're currently using.
Okay, so you use your existing email address. It's kind of, you suck it into MailShell, you clean it up, you run it through a filters, and then send it to where you want to send it.
Exactly.
All right, now you have a sort of a way to actually have a temporary, like time expiring address too, right?
Exactly. For any of these addresses, let's say I sign up at Expedia because I want to do some traveling. Now I know I'm going to do that traveling sometime in the next 60 days. I'm booking a flight. I can just set that address to automatically delete after 30, 60, 90, wherever days I want.
And again, during that period of time, stuff you're going to get from Expedia comes to your Expedia email box.
Exactly. And that way, what I can also do is, because it's coming from one source, Expedia, I may want to set the spam filtering for that to aggressive, because I shouldn't be getting things from other sources. So I can do this, set filters as I need, set controls as I need.
A couple of questions. Isn't there the risk, though? I mean, sometimes you do get an email you want to read from somebody you may not know or remember that you knew. I mean, how do you deal with that problem?
The way you deal with that is we have global filters. The way I showed you for each setting, you can set it to my global filter, meaning anything I don't know, I can set it to a lenient setting. Also, anything I don't know, you can say if it's something that I've never approved before, deliver it to a safe place, a junk folder, wherever I want it to go.
Another feature I like, you can actually do tracking of your email, right?
Exactly. When I go to compose mail on MailShell, it lets me do a few things. Not only can I compose from any of those addresses that I created, but I can also do two things. I can track delivery, click this box, and what that does is MailShell will tell me when that email has been received and opened.
Okay.
It's not just a return receipt, but it's when it was actually opened.
And you have an encrypted option too.
And I can send it encrypted too in case I want to complete a transaction using email, which is otherwise not secure.
Okay, very cool. What's the cost to use the service?
It costs just under $3 a month to use MailShell, and if people want to give it a try, we have a 30-day free trial.
Okay, mailshell.com?
Thanks a lot, Stuart.
Thank you. Okay. Well, spam can be a nuisance on the way in, cluttering up your email box, but it can get even worse if you actually reply to a spam email. Here's a look at one solution to that part of the problem. When you respond to a spam email that links you to some online store, you may not realize it, but little software tools called spyware could be following you.
Oh, I love spyware.
On an average Saturday afternoon, if you went shopping with your family, you wouldn't really allow someone to follow you around to every store you went into, to write down every single thing that you looked at. Well, what happens on the internet essentially is that you can be tracked, your movements from website to website, and they're logging everything that you're looking at.
For one innocent online shopper, answering a spam email turned into a nightmare.
My identity was stolen by a stranger. This person was able to open an account in my name, a credit card account, without my knowing, and was able to charge large purchases on this account.
When she called her credit card company after seeing charges on her bill that she didn't recognize, she was surprised at what they said.
The credit card companies suggested that since I spend a lot of time online, my information could have been found online. The person that stole my identity would have been able to find all the confidential information, such as my mother's maiden name, social security number, that sort of information. They could find that online.
Indeed, the internet is still a potentially dangerous place where a nuisance, like spam, can turn into a disaster like stolen identity.
Well, a hacker could take your personal confidential information and use it to perform identity theft, charge things with your credit card, steal your passwords on your machine, and then log into accounts and assume your identity and do things under your name. So you need to protect that confidential information on your system.
A lot of vendors are shipping their machines out of the box with gaping vulnerabilities that most hackers know about, as well as being connected all the time via DSL and cable modems. You're opening yourself to a lot more attacks. If you had the facility to detect the probes, you might see from 20 a day to 1 a week.
One solution to this problem is internet
I
security
miss
software,
good
which can
old-fashioned
protect your
spam
private
emails.
information.
Norton Internet Security protects consumer
I used to get
privacy in a
spam
number of
emails
ways. The
that were
first is
like
allowing the user to
obviously like
protect personal
the
confidential
equivalent
information
of
on their
porn
system.
bots and all
So
that,
the user can designate
but
which
like
information they want to protect,
you
such
had
as
to
credit card
translate part of
number
it
or social security number, and prevent that
to
information
understand what they were
from being
trying to
sent to
get at,
unsecured websites.
as
If
well
you're worried
as
that
like
your computer might be
change
vulnerable, you can
the
get a free security checkup at
like it had
Symantec.com.
5 different fonts in it, 3 different text sizes, and like 4 different colors on it, and it's just bonkers.
There are
Oops, I
several
forgot flour.
anti-spam tools
Oops.
available that you can download to help you eliminate
Give me a bit.
spam from any POP3 email account. And here to show us a few of them is Andrew Brandt, Senior Associate Editor with PCWorld.com. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Stuart.
First of all, I better explain what I just said for people who don't know. What's a POP3 email account?
A POP3 email account is the standard internet form of email. It's essentially the email account that almost every ISP uses, with the exception of America Online.
Right.
And
Yeah, because fuck
Okay,
American
fair enough.
Online.
So, next question would be, before we get to
really
your
good,
specific
thank you.
kind of spam stopper
Good
stuff,
character.
what's the difference between what we're going to look at and
It's a
things
good
like
character.
Mike showed us in Outlook, the built-in sort of filter tool?
Well, Outlook has a lot of the same filtering technology that these spam busting software programs also have. The one main difference is that with Outlook and all the other things that can do the filtering, they don't have the filters built
So
in.
you have to write the rules, kind of.
Every single time you get a new piece of spam, you have to add a filter to lock that one out.
Okay. All right, so let's take a look at some of the ones you're going to show us. First of all, Spam Killer.
Sure. Spam Killer is a commercial piece of software. It lets you,
Spam
you
Killer.
can actually get it for free and try it out for 30 days if you want. What it does is, like all the other programs, it does go to your email account, download the mail, and then run filters against it to see which stuff is spam and which stuff isn't. When it finds something that is spam, it dumps it into a killed file, and when it finds something that you want to keep, it'll actually launch your application, your email program, and put it into your inbox.
And if you want to, you can look at the killed file and say, wait a minute, I really did want to look at that.
That's right. And what we did was we just checked my mailbox, and there was some spam in there. And look, there's all this spam from this guy, Andrew Brandt, but all these other people.
Which you set up.
Exactly.
Right.
And what we're seeing here is a lot of the software is telling you why it has bumped a lot of the spam into here. And so you can see it's looking at the text of the message, it's looking at the subject lines, the senders, and you know, pretty much every aspect of the mail.
You don't want inkjet cartridge commercials, huh?
Well, no, unfortunately not. And that was a particularly bad one because I got it 4 times.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Let's take a look at another one then, which is Spam Buster. What would be the difference in Spam Buster?
Well, really, Spam Buster is essentially the same kind of program as Spam Killer. What its main difference is that it's a little bit of a cutesy thing, and
a little more flashy stuff.
It's a little bit more flashy, and if you are really frustrated with your spam, you can launch the little spam busting guy and just give it a whack to take the stress out of checking your mail.
Fucking symbol.
All right, now we got another one, which is Mail Washer. How would that be different?
Mail Washer is a free program. It's supported by advertising, but the good news is that the ads are stored on the hard drive of your machine, so you never have a privacy concern with it going out to the internet to download the ads.
Sort of good news that the ads are on your hard drive.
It's relatively good news. I mean, you can pay them, and they'll give you a version that takes the ads
free
off.
with ads, pay no ads.
Exactly.
Okay, and how is it different from the two we looked at, Spam Buster and Spam Killer?
Well, Mail Washer is different in one important way, which is that it has the ability to use what are called regular expressions, and this is for people who are really high-end spam filterers and people who get a lot of spam, like myself. Like this because you can customize your filters to a very fine degree and weed out
So you go in there and tweak their filters, so a little combination of what you can do with Outlook and what you can do with these spam killers.
Exactly. I mean, they all allow you to customize them. Mail Washer allows you to customize them the most.
Yeah. Give me some of the numbers. We think of this as a nuisance, but the fact is, I mean, it's not only a time waster, it's a money waster, isn't it?
That's right. Actually, spam, a lot of people get, on average, between 3 and 6 spam messages a day.
At least,
some analysts assume that by 2005, they're projecting that people will get somewhere around 40 spam messages per day.
Wow.
Now, what this is going to mean is, I mean, if you do the math, you end up with almost 1,600 messages per year.
and a huge cost to both business, ISPs, and individual users.
Okay, there we go.
ISPs assume that $2 to $3 of your monthly fee goes to dealing
There
with
we
the
go.
bandwidth and other needs
There she
of spam.
is.
Now, what about, again, this over-filtering problem? With all of these tools you showed us, Spam Killer, Spam Buster, Mail Washer, can you go in there and say, no, don't block that kind of stuff? That was something I wanted to read.
Yes, absolutely, and that's also a concern on the part of a lot of people is that if they do run these programs, is it going to delete mail from my friends who have maybe part of the same email address as one of these
Or the AOLs and the Hotmails that are filtering for you and you're not getting stuff you want to see.
Exactly. Well, unlike those ones that filter them and that will delete them over time, you can configure these programs so that they save your messages on the hard drive and they don't go away.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Well, so far we focused on email spam. There is another form of online spam, those darn pop-up ads that get in your face and prevent you from doing what you want to do while you're online. There are ways to battle those too. Here to show us how to do that is Stephanie Olson.
Let's see, where did she go?
Let me ask you, first of all, people may not be aware of it, but
there she is.
Stuff we call spyware sitting on your computer, and you don't even know it's there, sort of sucking in these pop-ups, right?
Right.
How does that work? Where does that come from?
What happens a lot of times is people go out and they want to download file share programs like Music City or Morpheus, Bear Share. There's all sorts of file sharing programs, and they come bundled because they don't have much revenue source. They
no
come
free lunch, right?
And you're going to Gothic
so
Manor and you see her. Oh, I'd
that
be happy. I'd be happy.
So one such program is called Gator.
Very funny considering that Peony and Domino exist in the same universe.
Password out filler. And it comes with
that makes things better.
Offer Companion. Yeah. And that follows you around the web.
Oh, that makes things better.
Deliver pop-ups to you.
What the fuck do you mean you're still alive? What do you mean?
I mean it's kind of.
What do you mean, Michael?
What you're
Very
looking for.
targeted.
Okay, you have an example up here, I think, somewhere with. Is it the FTD site?
I went to the
Michael.
I'm
sorry, I looked back at the stream.
Just looking for a bouquet. For
I forgot about all the God loves you guys.
FTD.com. And
so somebody knew that you were looking for flowers, was following you around the web, said,
Look
wait a
at her,
minute, she's
see.
shopping at 800 flowers, I'm going to show her my ad instead.
Exactly. So they go through Gator to buy this space.
Right.
And then what 1-800-Flowers has to do is they have to.
I love the one with the
sort of fight back
the
with
cock hat on
Right, now,
his
how do
head.
we stop some of this stuff? Let's look at some of the ways to get rid of it.
When did all of these little guys get here? What the fuck? They've been here. The hive mind has been here. The God loves you hive mind has been here.
Lots of people call this type of program Offer Companion
All
spyware
the same,
because
except for the
you
two
get
at the
it
top.
without
They're
knowing.
they're disconnected.
It sneaks into your machine.
You're
So this
blind. They've
adware
been here
will,
since we were looking at the God
what's on your
loves you
machine.
bendy religious
And so you
candy
can scan your
site.
machine,
Okay. Michael
Yeah, you
missed
can
the
configure
religious
that
candy
to
site.
the way you
Figure
want
it.
to get rid of certain
Yep.
ads and so on.
And so if you go
Excommunicated.
into,
Yeah.
options and remove spyware automatically.
If he tries to
I love this stream. I love looking at it.
So there's one called Adaware,
I
there's
love
another
this
one called
corner.
Pop-Up Stopper. What's that?
Yes.
This
Pop-up
is a love
stopper
corner.
Is, a great solution for getting rid of a lot of pop-ups that are appearing on all major sites now. If you go to New York Times, if you go to Yahoo, I'm sure.
Okay,
most
puppy.
people
Where'd the
that surf
puppy
web
go?
are
Where'd the
familiar
puppy
with,
go? Puppy
those
go right
X10
here.
Ads about the tiny little surveillance cameras. It's another program.
Wait,
off
hold on.
Downloads.com.
Okay.
There's a free version, and then there's a pro version that lots of schools and companies are using, and it's a really clean, just toolbar.
Give me a
that
moment.
sits on
I'm
your browser.
posing them together because they're taking a picture together.
Unders. Explain what they are.
Pop unders are sneaky because they come up, you request a page, and they
Here we
pop
go.
under that
So
page.
you don't even see it right away.
You don't see them come up, but you may close that browser window, and then all of a sudden you see another one. You don't know where it came from.
Here we go. Look
And,
at
they're
this.
becoming more and more popular because
They're
All these
posing
browser
together.
windows opening, it's
Who
slowing
is
your
this
machine down.
3D
You don't know why.
person? You're
It's 'cause the damn
talking.
pop unders are waiting.
You're talking about them, right? That's an old OC that I
And
just
it's slowing down your
redrew.
machine. It can slow down your
The other
surfing
two are
time.
Hannah's.
So these programs actually deal with pop unders as well. So
Okay.
anything that pops up
Pop-ups,
on,
pop-unders, get rid of it all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
All right, that's our look at fighting spam online. Don't go away. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week.
Oh shit, the pick of the week.
coolest new way to get online at broadband speed.
Your OC gets no love. Your OC has
Now for my pick of the week. If you buy a new high-end laptop these days, odds are it comes equipped with a Wi-Fi antenna and the software to connect to the new high-speed wireless networks
in your
using a standard called 802.11b. This is very cool stuff. While you're sitting
I don't even know where she's at.
In a hotel lobby, you can just open
She's
up
somewhere
the
in
laptop
here.
and be surfing the web on a wireless broadband connection. But you can also
Oh,
do
there
this
she
even
is.
with
I
your
can't.
existing laptop. All you need is a relatively inexpensive 802.11b.
I can't
card like this one from
post her on stream, but I can get her up on my phone and redraw her.
The web wirelessly at high speed at thousands of public locations. For example, if you're at a Starbucks,
Your
Wi-Fi card
OC.
automatically detects the
Our
presence of the 802.11b network, and logging on is a cinch after what many of us have gone through installing
I'm joking, I'm
DSL and
joking.
cable modems. A wireless 802.11b
Where is
connection
she? Where is
just
she?
happens. No hassle. There are several public Wi-Fi network providers, Mobilestar and Boingo are two of them, and you don't have to sign up for any long-term contract. Use it for an hour or so, pay just for the time you use. The other nice thing about having a wireless PC card is that you can set
There
up
she
your
is.
own
Okay, I have to get her up on my
802.11b
phone.
network in your house and distribute your
So then I can look at her.
cable modem connection to your laptop. All you need is something like this
Watch 'em all
wireless-ready
disappear.
network gateway and another PC card. You just stick it in the PC slot here, and you've got wireless broadband connectivity from your patio to
Share
your
that
bedroom.
one. The fucking emoji
card,
on the wavy
wireless
mouth
ready
that
network
fucking
gateway cost
sucks.
about $100 each, and the products I showed you
The
are from
what
a company
emoji?
called Action Tech. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. Thanks so much for joining us. If you have any questions
The
about
what?
anything you
Post
saw
the
on this week's
emoji.
show, please check out our website at computerchronicles.org. Hope we'll see you here again next time.
Computer Chronicles is brought to you by the Oracle Small Business Suite, one completely integrated application that helps make it.
Oh, that one. The woozy emoji. We're learning about cyber cafes. And that's final. I almost asked you what got everybody, hey everybody, what's half of 20? I almost asked that. Like a fucking idiot.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, a survey of cyber cafes. We'll take you to Harvard Square in Cambridge, Massachusetts to meet the founder of Cybersmith. We'll also visit a new internet cafe in San Francisco that's open 24 hours a day. We'll show you what there is to do in a cyber cafe.
That
and we'll take you behind the scenes to show you the network that runs this cyber store in Boston. All this and more coming up next.
Did you see how those wires looked?
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro One Software, educational software for young adults. And by Upside, the business magazine for the technology elite.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and we're here in a cyber cafe. In fact, this one is called Cybersmith, and it's called that because the guy who owns it is named Marshall Smith, and that's the guy over here. Marshall, let me ask you about the cyber cafe thing. Why do people come here? What's the point in a cyber cafe?
People come for lots of different reasons. The primary part of it is that people come to learn about the internet. What is it that's happening in technology? Other people come because they're already on the internet, but they're interested in what's new, what's happening, and then they want to be in a social setting.
This is a way you can meet other people who are interested in computers, but it's also a way where you and your friends and your family can just come in and play with things. I mean, for example, one of the things I occasionally do is come here to fiddle with a game that I don't want to buy. You can find kiosks here that are loaded with very recent computer games that you can just try out for a few minutes for a few dollars and decide whether or not they're worth the effort. And there are a few things here I've seen and I've said, oh, I'm going to run right out and buy that. And then there are other things where you look at it and go, nope, sorry.
All right, so you get newbies here, plus you get technophiles, both kinds of people?
Sure. We were amazed at how many technophiles we have. We thought it would be mostly newbies, but the computer literate person is very interested in getting out and seeing what other people are doing.
A place, for example, like this one, has all kinds of very advanced books on the subject, and an opportunity for you to try out various kinds of software. But that same thing makes it attractive to somebody who doesn't know what he's doing. You can pop down here, spend a few bucks, play around, see if you like to work on Macintoshes or Windows machines, and it's a good way to sort of get an introduction.
All right, now I said one of the reasons people come here is to socialize. I mean, the image of the guy on the net is sort of this loner, just him and his computer. But people actually, I mean, is this a pickup place? You have guys and girls, and they meet each other and so on?
Well, I think that's the remarkable thing about the internet, is that it takes the world of technology out of the one person, one computer, and opens up the rest of the world to everybody. We were voted the best first date in Boston, so that there is a social atmosphere feeling to it.
Oh, is this kind of a Cheers with terminals? Is that what goes on here?
Yeah. Well, I guess Cheers, if we could do as well as Cheers, I think we'll be all right.
All right, so you do have women come here in addition to men. Now, what do most people do when they come here?
In this store, I think the primary thing is that people will sit down at the internet, play with the internet, see what's happening, see what they can find, browse, or some will have a specific purpose.
And you got these creativity stations here too. What's that about?
That's where you can take a digital portrait of yourself, you can morph it, you can change it around, and then you can print it out on a t-shirt, on a mouse pad. People love that.
You get to try software very cheaply. You get to see what other people are playing. You get to look at the books that are on display. And also, sometimes I come here because you can get a really nice cup of coffee. You know, it's really great. It's flavorful and rich and very strong, and it keeps you awake all day long.
All right, now you call this a store, so I mean this is
you can tell he has already had 3 cups.
Cyber cafe, isn't it?
A cafe, a cyber cafe most often is a cafe that has some internet stations. We like to think of ourselves as a technology store with a cafe to set the atmosphere for the technology.
So you sell software, you sell books, you sell all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
And you sell time on the terminals.
Time is our primary product.
Yeah.
And then we also sell a lot of the t-shirts and the sweatshirts, as I said.
All right, now
before.
if you are a newbie and you come here, you've got these people called technosmiths that can actually give you live, real human help here?
The technosmiths will show you around, tell you what's happening in the store, and then when you sit down, they're always around to give you a hand if you need help. We also have one-on-one classes where you can learn about the internet, you can learn about technology. It's kind of a store for all purposes.
All right, you got all kinds of terminals here, and I see keyboards and monitors, but I don't see a real computer anywhere here. Why is that?
When I first talked with our architect, I said that I wanted it to be as non-intimidating as possible. Hide the CPUs, put the monitors in stained wood, give us cushioned seats, give it a friendly, welcoming atmosphere.
And keep people away from those floppy drives, right? You don't want them sticking discs in there.
And it seems to have worked. I mean, people really like the store.
There are some cyber cafes where they have the CPU, the box sitting right in front of you. For example, the one I mentioned in Chicago, I came there because I could take my floppy with me. I had a laptop at home, and I just take the floppy with me, stick it into their CPU, download my mail. Here, you can't exactly do that because they don't give you access to the box. They don't want you messing with it. So that varies from place to place.
Well, now, one of the reasons you come to a cyber cafe is to play with cool new stuff that you can't otherwise see. Well, one thing I'd like to get my hands on is the new 64-bit Nintendo. We're going to play with one here in just a minute.
We're gonna play with the 64-bit Nintendo.
So this is the new Nintendo 64. It's the first 64-bit video game console. As you can see, it uses cartridges, not CD-ROMs.
They got Mario 64 plugged in right now.
It's barely coming out in the United States now. You can see the
Why do you say it like that? 64 bits. 32 bits.
You guys are, in fact, the first ones in the country to actually have these, right?
Yes, we are.
Not even Toys R Us.
We beat Toys R Us out for the rights to showcase it.
Okay, so you can play the Nintendo 64 here, and the first game coming out with it is, of course, the 64-bit version of Mario.
Mario.
Well, it is very sweet.
You know exactly why I said it like that, though. You're doing it right now.
He breathes. You can have different
The worst game. Yeah, fuck this game. This game fucking sucks.
For a more aerial view.
And again, what's cool, I mean, this is like Doom meets Mario, right? You can move left, right, up, back, all the way around. It's full 3D. So what's the point in the game?
Who likes Mario anyway?
Right now we've gone inside the castle. There are different rooms with different challenges.
Worst, yeah, I know.
we are going to go into this room.
I hate Mario.
Some are locked and you need keys to get in. And since the directions are in Japanese,
Fuck
it's gonna be
it's
challenging.
bad.
All right, now there's no bad guys that are about to blow you up here, right?
No.
Okay, so where are we now?
We're in a garden type area.
Yeah, the motion is really great.
He stops, he turns,
Can he
jumps.
jump? Can he swim in that pool?
Yahoo! Oh yeah!
All right. All right, now this is Mario 64, another new game coming out with the Nintendo 64.
You don't have a good emote for this.
Can you show us that one?
Certainly.
You do on Discord, I'm sure. You can send me one on Discord.
Taking off right now.
What are we flying, Kate? What kind
We're
of
in
vehicle
a
is
gyrocopter.
this? Wow.
This isn't Mario 64.
So we're in some little island here, and we see really detailed backgrounds, really smooth movement. Yeah, wow. And what's the object? What are you trying to do?
Trying to fly through these hoops, control your aircraft to the best of your ability.
So you get points for doing certain things?
Yes, and you're also, further on in the game, you can shoot different objects. Some of them are as small as a kite.
And we see the water's got great detail. There's waves, there's clouds there that you actually fly through. All right, come back to the ground so we can kind of see what those backgrounds are. But I mean, you have a gun, you shoot people,
Yeah,
people
B-ball.
No, no one is trying to kill you.
B-ball's always good. Here, I'm gonna post B-ball real quick on the stream.
Figure out how to land without crashing. Is that the deal here? That's the hard part of flying.
Give me.
Really
Do I? Don't. No, I don't have B-ball.
Ooh, into the wall. Have you landed?
Of course, I don't have B-ball. I'm some kind of loser.
All right.
Let's see. Where's the jokes? There's jokes.
Easy to do. You learn by doing.
Why is B-ball not in jokes? B-ball should be in jokes at all times.
All right, there are many flavors of Cyber Cafe. Some of them focus on the social aspects of meeting people. Some of them focus on the games and the
Give me a
virtual
moment.
reality world. We're going to take a tour
What
of some
happened to
other
B-ball?
Cyber Cafes now with Giles.
In the cool, hip neighborhoods of San Francisco, the cafe is a hangout, a kind of community living room where you can meet a wide sampling of humans and other species. Patrons of the Horseshoe on Haight Street settle comfortably into
Help,
well-used
where
chairs
did
and
B-ball
tables
go?
to read, sketch, and sip espresso. But some regulars come in to use the computer terminals at the back of the room, to look for apartment rentals or roommates, and to check their email on the local cafe network. San Francisco's newest cyber cafes have a very different
Is it under
look.
miscellaneous?
Computers are much more a part
Yeah,
of the
it's in
decor.
miscellaneous.
At CoffeeNet in the Soma district, local workers from Multimedia Gulch come in to meet friends, to eat lunch, and to surf the World Wide Web. It's where the social animal meets the digital animal.
What we decided is that we wanted
B-ball.
a social arena.
Actually,
where
I want
people
the
could come
B-ball
in
in the
and have
hand.
fine
There we
foods,
go.
An upscale type of environment.
There we go.
alternative to, say,
Love the
bars,
hive mind.
as well as
You
having,
love the hive
the
mind.
internet access where
The
they
god
could
loves you,
enjoy
hive mind.
going out and sharing some of their finds with some of their friends, you know, that type of environment.
The stream
CoffeeNet's
rules.
clever arrangement of
All
tables
art
and
streams
terminals
rule.
tends to foster group use of the PCs. But the
We
owners
learned
are
so
still
much about
searching for
computers.
exactly the right formula.
We've been watching people, and there seem to be two groups.
You're
the
starting
type
to get
of
scared
people that
about
come
what?
in and they're a one-on-one with the computer.
Michael, here you
And
go.
Yet of late, we've been seeing the people coming in and bringing friends and saying, "Hey,
Do
come
it,
on over and see
Herbo.
what I found. It's really great." You know, this type of thing.
A few blocks away in Multimedia Gulch, an old commercial space has been transformed into a high-tech candy shop. At the 24-hour Internet Alfredo, it's a short walk to the espresso machine, but the path takes you by a lavish
God
collection
loves
of
you. Love the
expensive
hive
hardware.
mind.
The cafe's owners
Love the
are
hive
keen to
mind.
create
Gotta
a
love the
lively
hive
social
mind.
environment, even throwing parties for the locals. But they are just as serious about attracting serious computer users.
In particular, we're talking about the companies that need a place to meet after a conference and when they're away on a trip, or the business traveler that is away from home, or again, the people who live, the people who live here and are independent contractors. They have very good contracts.
Zoom.
And they need a place
Enhance.
where they can work fast, inexpensively, and reliably.
There are no leashed lizards at Internet Alfredo, but all the new cyber cafes are still learning how to mix the social and the digital, even if they sometimes
Here we
seem
go.
contradictory.
Not at all. On the contrary, they complement each other. How? Huh? How? That's a good question.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
We're here at one of the creativity stations at Cybersmith, and here to help us out is one of the techno-smiths, and Vanessa Fernandez.
I'm sending
is
this
help
to you.
us.
Hold
what
on.
What can I do here, Vanessa?
Well, first you can make your own screensaver. You can make your own digital portrait, your own video greeting card, your own personal web page, or you can
personal
just draw.
web page.
Okay, all using a picture of me we can take right here?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. Okay. So what do we do? So you're selecting
Here you go, Michael.
the digital portrait.
Yes. You can make your own mouse pad, your own t-shirt.
Center to you.
Okay, and what's the software we're going to use here that you're loading?
It's
Saved.
a mixture of Dabbler and Adobe Photoshop. It's a custom design program by
It's a
Cybersmith.
Zobi Shiba.
And there it is. Okay.
There you
so
are.
What do I do?
I want you to look up
I
at
have
the
to
lens.
mug this camera? I'll get it about here?
And I want to see some teeth. I
Oh,
like that.
what a smile.
Oh, I don't like that.
All right.
Can you make me prettier? That's what I want here.
Can you
make me black and white?
That might help. Yeah, maybe all black would be bad. Let's start out and see what happens. All right, so you can apply all those different filters, huh?
Yes.
Oh, I like that. That's not so bad.
Okay.
Now, background?
I'm going to give you some
Stars.
color.
Yeah, put me out in space.
Okay.
I like that idea.
Oh.
We didn't quite get into space.
Oh, that looks nice.
You like that, though?
Yes, I do.
All right, we'll try
Gives
it.
you a classic look. I'm going to send it to the print counter.
All right, send it to the print. So to get my mouse pad now, we have to go over to the print counter?
Exactly.
Let's go do it.
Okay.
Okay, we're here at the print station with Vanessa. What do we do next?
Okay, I'm going to enlarge your picture.
Oh shit, they just sell webcams right there.
And so you're bringing it over to your software that you're going to print from?
That's right. So I'm sending it to the printer right now.
What
would you like?
We're going to do a mouse pad, okay?
Okay, mouse pad. No problem.
F4 is mouse pad.
F4.
And print.
That's right. It's printing right now. You can see.
All right, so there's our printout.
Yes, it is.
And what do you have to do now, Vanessa?
I have to cut it out along the image.
Good, hold on. I want to watch this.
Okay, so you're going to make
I
it a
want to
size
watch
that
her
will
make this into a
print out
mouse
onto
pad.
that mouse pad.
Exactly.
And this is the real high-tech cutout system here.
Shut up, dude.
I'm an expert.
I think I see a need for another invention, Vanessa.
What would that be?
A photo cutter, an automatic photo cutter.
Why do they not have like
And that's a special
the
kind of paper,
guillotine?
huh?
Yes, it is.
It's all shiny.
It's transfer paper.
Okay, makes sense.
Why do they not have that
That's right.
like at their store? Like it's an internet cafe and they do the printing stuff and everything. I'd think that they'd have like the guillotine with them. It's too dangerous for kids. No, but like it's behind the counter and everything.
It's going to take a couple seconds. It'll beep. That. And peel it off quick. There we go. It's hot.
Ooh, okay, so there is my mouse pad. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Well, thank you very much.
No problem.
All right, so how does all this stuff work at a cyber cafe? All these computers
That
are
rules.
networked, so there's
They
gotta
have
be a lot of
missed.
wires somewhere. When we come back, we'll
I have two of those and one of them is factually better than the other. Well, yeah, that's how it always is. You only get that one if you're nice. Purposely go in the back and dull the worst of the two blades. Like, get some sandpaper onto the blade.
Behind every neat networked desktop PC is usually a very messy wiring closet like
Where
the one we
is...
see right here. In fact, where we
no,
are
no,
right
no,
now
no, no, no.
is Network Central at a cyber cafe in Boston. And the guy who put all this together is Bill Haw of Digital Equipment Corporation. Bill, give us a kind of guided tour. What's the architecture of the network here?
The architecture is based on the
Customers already do that, yeah, you're right.
The unique features of this platform are it's simple, easy to install, and provides fault tolerant and bandwidth.
All right, what are the actual components? What are the boxes we're seeing there?
Basically, the boxes you're seeing are fault-tolerant power supplies, so the system is never down. You're seeing Ethernet repeaters, which are aimed at connecting every machine here, every computer here, 50, 60 computers, all the virtual reality machines, everything's on the network.
Hey, I could just do that. Hold on.
Ethernet switching, which provides a lot of bandwidth for this.
See, I can just like do this.
The applications. And internet
Hold
access
hands.
through a roundabout router, which provides T1
Rub,
and
rub,
ISDN
rub.
backup.
What were the
Hold
special
hands.
issues in putting together a network for this cyber cafe environment? And you have
Why
to
is
kind
the
of make it
woolly
idiot
here? The
proof that
woolly's
you don't
always
know
been
who's gonna be
here.
using these terminals?
See,
Well,
I
we
can
don't think
pet
there are any
the
idiots
I
coming
can
here.
pet
We think they're
Hannah's
curious users,
and cat girl.
So that means that they're interested in exploring things. They're interested in
See, I
exploring
can
the
do
software
that.
environment of the internet and on the PCs and
I can pet
Macintoshes.
Peony.
That
I can
means
do
Cyberspace pays
this.
attention to the software environment to keep it clean and make it reliable. It has to
I can help
provide
hold up the
service all the
can.
time because users expect that when they come in. We pay attention to providing them features in the network product
Digital
so that
mouse.
somebody unplug a wire, one of those curious users, that won't perturb other users
See,
on the
I can do a lot with this little hand right here.
What about the guy who may have a little
It's made for petting and high-fiving, but no characters on this sheet, like, are already... Wait. Pat.
The network
Hold on.
utility here so that that can be managed and controlled by the cybersmith staff.
There we go.
That users
High five.
on the network wouldn't perturb the facility. In the same way, you don't expect your telephone to be able to crash the phone network.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill. All right, that's a
Me?
look at the network.
Yeah,
One thing
me.
we haven't looked at yet is the virtual reality here at a cyber cafe.
What are you doing?
That's really one of the cool things where you put on the goggles and go gaming in a virtual
Need to go
world.
into a
We had
call?
Giles check that out.
Need to get into call?
Sitting in front of a computer game can be
What are
exciting
you-
if you stretch your imagination, but it's only a two-dimensional
What are you calling me
experience.
about?
The next step
What
for
are you
the
calling me
serious
about,
game
you
player
loser?
is
Come
to
on.
break through that barrier into 3 dimensions. And some of the new simulation and virtual reality systems do just
You
that.
me when
The
you
Experience system from Ferris Productions is a VR simulator featuring a specially designed chair that creates a sensation of floating. The headset is more of a sensory device than a game environment, as players travel through different surroundings, enhanced by 3D sound effects
Okay.
and synthetic odors.
3, 2, 1.
The more traditional VR headsets, like this Virtuality Viewer, still rely on shoot-to-destroy games, and they are still very popular.
All right, you're going to be stuck in a video game. This game is called Missile Command. What it is, missiles are falling from the sky, and you want to shoot them before they hit the ground. All right, you have unlimited lasers, you have 10 missiles. So you want to use those
Hold on. Michael, are you willing to do that for me one more time?
These are your lasers.
Well, computer games.
Okay, Michael. Michael.
Cooler because
3,
you can see
2, 1.
And when you look around, you can look. You look this way, and it looks that way. But on a computer, you just look at one thing, and your eyes start to water because
he gets
there,
what he
and then
deserves.
your back hurts because you're just sitting down all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Sports simulation games use a different approach by adding the physical sensation of movement.
No. Oh yeah, this one's not ready, or not like It's not Discord ready.
3D graphics. As in
This
real
one
life,
isn't Discord
players must
ready.
move the
Sorry,
edges of their
everybody.
screen
It's
to
not
maneuver the
coming
turn.
up on screen.
Still, there are a few subtle differences.
Give me a moment. He's willing to do that another time for us. He's willing to do it another time. Give us a moment.
Video than they are in life, and actually they go by faster. It seems
Okay,
faster.
they can hear you now. Give me a moment.
It's not as cold.
Okay, do we want to start from the beginning, or do you want to
Yes,
start from your part?
absolutely. We want to start from the beginning.
Basically, it's easier to control.
Okay.
Picture-perfect golf relies on thousands of photographs from courses around the world to bring the feel of the
see a high
outdoors
five.
indoors. The
Yeah,
game's
we're doing a
electronic
high
golf club reproduces the weight
Okay,
and feel of
doing
an
a high
outdoor
five.
club, and virtual golfers play
Michael, you
directly
gotta
to
do
the
it real
screen,
though.
not through an animated
First time,
figure.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so
Is it a
3,
cafe, a computer center, or a VR playground?
3,
That may be
2,
the biggest
1.
question facing cyber cafe owners and visitors. But until customers show a clear preference for one or the other, cyber cafes may have to offer a taste of all
Yeah,
three.
go thing.
Yeah.
For the computer
Oh, you
chronicles,
gotta
I'm Giles
you
Bailey.
gotta count me down.
3, 2,
What
1.
else can you do in a cyber cafe? Well, you can buy lots of neat stuff. They have computer magazines, all kinds of computer books, and they also have computer software. What's really cool here is not only can you buy computer
now
software,
then.
you can actually try
Let me
it before you buy
show
it.
the woolly again.
And this is
Okay,
one
now
of
let
the
me
CD-ROM
zoom in on the
demo
woolly.
stations here, and Chad is another technosmith who's going to help us.
Okay, now.
Chad, if I wanted to find out if I like the dig and whether or not to buy it,
1.
show the game to me. How do I run it here?
So the dig is a classic-style science fiction story where a command team of NASA astronauts takes a shuttle up to investigate an asteroid that's on its way to impact the Earth. After they shift its course away and start investigating it,
Buddy,
they send it to a
every
giant spaceship which takes them light years from home to an alien planet. And that's when they have to try and figure out how to get home. And that's where the story really begins.
I like it.
I get my arms getting
Thanks a lot. All right, there are other
You
things
did
you
your
can do here in a
part.
cyber cafe. They have, for
You did your
example,
part.
T-shirts and hats and sweatshirts with
cry.
computer-related themes on them. Also, you can go over here and play network games like Doom and Descent. with
It's
other
what
people
the
in the cafe,
motherfucker
or other people
deserves.
around the world, for that matter. In fact, what do most people come to a cyber cafe for?
What a
Log
rotten
onto
day
the
way to
internet.
die.
All right, you just logged onto the internet here. Now, let me
Goodbye.
ask you, how do you do this at a cyber cafe?
Michael,
I mean, how do you pay
everybody,
for it?
give it up for Michael.
Card, which operates all of our computers.
Everybody, give it up
So
for
you're basically
Michael.
buying a certain amount of time,
Okay.
and that gets what
Hold on.
recorded on Mag's stripe on the card.
Yeah, it's kind of like a debit card. We've got a magnetic stripe, and you just put it into the reader,
Give it up
swipe,
for
and you're ready to go.
Michael.
So you got an hour's worth of net time or something like that.
I can't do it because I'd have to adjust my microphone a little too much, and I don't want to. Be real with you, I don't want to move my mic too much.
It's really fast compared to at home, right?
Right. We use T1 fiber optic cables, and they're
Let's see here. How'd this call go? I want to put the frowny face so bad.
All right, what's the website you're looking at right now?
It's a hot one this week. It's Escape from LA. This is the official site
Snake
of the movie.
is back.
And just by clicking on the picture here, we can go to an interactive game, or we can look at videos of the movie, or listen to music from the soundtrack.
All right. Well, that's our look at cyber cafes on this week's Computer Chronicles. We'll be back again next week with more of the latest on personal computers and the internet. I'm Stuart Chaffee. We'll see you here next time.
Computer Chronicles is
Holy
made possible in
shit.
part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro One Software, educational software for young adults.
Hold on. Oh my god, I can't copy them. Oh, wait, hold on. What the f... Wait. Hold on. Why can I right-click Carnby? Why did Carnby not show up? That's funny. Copy message, please. You know me.
That's on its way to impact the Earth. After they shift its course away and start investigating it,
God loves you. Hold on, let me, has the chat been showing up? The chat hasn't been showing up either. Hold on. Dang, sorry, I was, why is the chat, like, not showing up? Holy shit. That's probably why Carnby isn't popping up. Oh yeah, OBS updated. OBS updated, everybody. Everybody. I had to hook it up, I think. Yeah, I have to hook it back up. Tools. OBS WebSockets. Connect. Test connection. Okay. Apply. Okay. Damn. Can I, I'm gonna right click on somebody in the chat.
Very good.
Why is that not working? I can right click in Carnby on somebody. And I don't know why that is the singular one I can do. And that's not even popping up. Oh wait, yeah it is. I was looking at the wrong one. I know it doesn't matter for this stream. Yeah, it just like doesn't show up. That's whatever. Chat. Chat, can I get a, I don't know. What the fuck is this? No, can you bring back the 3D sumo babies, ballerinas, please? What happened to them? Give me a moment. Why is Osama bin Laden wearing clown shoes? In this screensaver, 3 alien babies in Osama spoof. Some of the greatest scenes in cinema history. So these are like wallpapers. "3D baby shower." PT, what else do you have? Backgammon. Sherlock Holmes, the man with the twisted lip. Periodic table. English irregular verbs. Death to 1904. Services. Quick find. Copycat. More info. Mystic 8-Ball. That was uploaded on my birthday. It's a shame that this won't run on my PC. Book reader. Hypernew, new tools, page down, spellbox, punchpad, streak, break, scrapbook, Newt, Jared, Aminos. A lot of this stuff was uploaded on my birthday. That's scary. Alice's Adventure in Wonderland. Can we read this? No. Plus 30. Age of Dinosaurs 3D. 3D hunting trophy game. 3D photo builder. 6-pack 3D. 3D floating Easter eggs. 3D floating candy hearts. 3D dancing chocolate kisses. 3D dancing Christmas elf. 3D angels in heaven. Aquatic 3D. 3D creatures.
I gotta see if I gotta see if I can get eye doctor.
3D big breast debacle. Wait. What are you talking about? Where? Hey, Michael, where? Michael's, where is the titties? Wish it was saying 3D Santa's in space. See, this is some of the fun stuff we're gonna be looking at. Not really, I'm joking. I have a selection of things already downloaded and not ready to go. There was one more I wanted to watch before ending. Wasn't that? It's like right here. Oh yeah, best online computer games. Let's see if I played any of these. And then this will be it after this one, after this video. You want to just focus on this video for the last little bit. Because I'm pooped on drawing. Well, pooped on drawing right now. So we're gonna make this the main focus. And I'm gonna make God Loves You a little
Computer
bigger.
Chronicles Online Games. We'll show you how to find the latest and coolest games in cyberspace. We'll give you a tour of Microsoft's Internet Gaming Zone and a visit to the PGL, where gamers now go when they turn pro. Plus a look
Whoa,
at the
we turned
first
pro?
action game designed specifically for the
Hey, I know
Internet.
that game.
And a great
Can't
new
remember
web
the name
game
of it,
in
but I
which
know
the
it.
action counts since it's real people against real people. Also a visit to an online gaming tournament to play Magic the Gathering. Plus my pick of the week, a new way to interact with your computer. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro One software, educational software for young adults.
Can we get... Hold on. Imagery action at existing.
And by Z Auction, the live online shopping experience. Additional funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection, the catalog and
Give me a
online
moment.
superstore with PC and Mac products, toll-free technical support, and overnight delivery. And by Windows Magazine, delivering desktop, enterprise, and internet computing news, reviews, features, and how-tos for a Windows world. Because the world runs on Windows.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well, computer games have been around for a long time. Even the concept of online games have been around for a while. But boy, has the world of online gaming changed over the past year with new games, new game zones, new technology that is really revolutionizing the world of computer gaming on the net. Peter, you do Gamers Extreme, which is a website for guys
Got
who are
stuck
into
on
online
the,
gaming. What is so different? What is so
bed
exciting
and
about
now I'm growing
online
normal.
gaming
What
compared to all
happened?
those
I'm
CD-ROMs
tired.
you've been playing on a PC?
We're gonna watch one more
Stuart,
Computer Chronicles.
Really, the chief advantage in
and
online
then,
games is that it allows
I'll be
you to
done.
play versus another human player. And you're not limited by the artificial intelligence that are built into single-player games. And
So are you smarter, faster than another real guy, not just some program?
Absolutely. And so the element of competition versus someone
Not a
else comes in,
problem.
as
Thank you
opposed
for
to, say,
sharing
beating
with
a
the
computer
class.
game, which is pre-programmed to
So
do
I
certain
can.
things and
Excuse me.
can become very predictable at times.
All right, now we've got Quake, a game of Quake going on right now. And this is what? Describe what we're seeing here, Peter.
Well, what you're seeing here is two people playing Quake in what's known as a rocket battle. Really, we chose this to show you because it really demonstrates how quickly and how fast this game can move. Most people are familiar with,
If you're watching a
standard
guy play Quake on a PC, I mean, you're wandering around looking for an enemy and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. You shoot somebody with a shotgun twice, they die.
Yeah.
And you can contrast that with what we're seeing
So
here.
these icons we're seeing representing guys who are online right now banging away on their
Absolutely,
keyboards.
absolutely.
So this is a fast game.
And you can tell that, like, these guys are just going off and trying to kill each other basically online. And there's a lot more satisfaction, and a lot more challenge in doing something like that when there's somebody there to actually say, look, I've beaten you, as opposed
And in
to
fact, that game we're watching there, one of those players was one of the best players in the world, right?
Yeah, actually, one of the players there, his name is B2, and he works with me, and he's one of the best Quake players in the world right now.
All right, now the question I have is how can the internet, slow internet, handle real-time, Twitch-type games like this in which the action is so fast?
Well, really, that is still a problem right now. A lot of people can't really play these games sometimes because, they're limited by bandwidth and latency.
What we were watching, what kind of lines were these guys on?
That was actually on a LAN, a local area network, when there was a direct connection between the computers.
But if I were on a 28.8, I can't do that.
It would be a little bit more choppy, and you would have to predict a little bit more. It might be a little bit more frustrating because it would, the game would freeze at times, and you wouldn't be able to tell exactly what's happening. And so, in Twitch games, like you said, this is, a half a second or a delay like that could mean, the difference between winning and losing.
And this is getting real serious. I mean, these guys who play these games are becoming stars, celebrities in their own right.
Absolutely, yes. We're starting to see professional gaming now where I believe the first professional league has started. It's called the PGL, and $250,000 is on the line in the first year alone.
Wow.
And so,
what's the next step going to be, and how do we solve this latency problem that it's inherently difficult to play an action game on the web?
Well, really, I think it's going to be solved as the infrastructure gets better, for the home users around the nation. We're starting to see that with the, the X2 modems that are coming out, as well as the ISDN lines, and cable modems will be huge. The bandwidth
cable
available
modems
there
are
will be great.
fucking
This is your world, huh?
Yes, this
Peter,
is where I live.
thank you. All right, well, you've no doubt heard of the NFL, the NBA, and the PGA. As you just heard, there's now something called the PGL, the Professional Gamers League, a new organization created to promote a competitive money-making league for professional computer gamers. We visited the launch of the PGL, appropriately enough, held at 3Com Park here in San Francisco.
The inventor of Pong.
At a recent news conference, Advanced Micro Devices and the Total Entertainment Network announced the formation of the Professional Gamers League, or PGL. The appointed commissioner was no less than the father of computer games, Nolan Bushnell. The league's mission is to set the ground rules for an international association offering prizes and structured competition for computer game
where did I
players.
even save it at?
It was more than us saying create it, that players were saying we need to have something like this.
I don't even remember where I saved the image at.
Sport, you got people that want to compete. And they don't want to compete against just anyone. They want to compete against the best players in the world.
PGL will offer generous incentives for top players to turn pro, such as cash prizes of $250,000, fame, and sponsor endorsements. In short, all the perks that any football or baseball player would expect. But alongside the Mercenary Awards, PGL is hoping to create a foundation for a new type of gameplay that is a combination of the future and the past.
I believe that AI, man against the machine, is okay. But it's really more fun man against man, man against woman, woman against woman, people. We are social beings, and our gameplay historically has been social. And I believe that through the network we can bring in social again, even though the sociality may be separated by thousands of miles.
HDR tone
wants to create
mapping?
online tournaments with potentially hundreds of thousands of players. And like the major sports events played on courts and on diamonds,
I don't have
these will be
HDR
spectator
anything. What
sports
the
as
fuck
well,
is
with a twist.
HDR?
Instead of watching the football, you can become the football. Instead of watching Joe
Wait,
Montana,
oh,
you
that's
can
applying
see
it
what
to
Joe
all of
sees.
them.
You can see where he glances.
Hold on, color key.
And that's exciting to me.
We can
For top
we
players,
can make
the
them.
PGL is an opportunity to create a vast online community of committed
not what I
gamers
wanted.
and a magnet for the best.
Not color key.
That
It's
publicity
color
is definitely
correction.
good. You know, it'll bring the game more into the mainstream, where it's more accepted into the just the average person, and it also brings more players because they want
Hell
to be in the
yeah,
spotlight.
dude.
They want a chance to be famous or win a big prize.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude.
One of the problems with online gaming, as with anything on the net, is finding the games that you like. And one way to do that is to hang out on the gaming networks or
I hate
various
games.
gaming communities. And one of the biggest of those is Microsoft's Internet Gaming Zone. And we've got it up on the computer here.
Bro,
Adam,
fuck
why don't you show us the
games,
different games you
dude.
can play inside the zone?
We have a wide array of games. We actually have a relationship with LucasArts for
Dude,
their Star Wars titles like
fuck
Jedi
games.
Knight,
Knight,
X-Wing versus TIE
etc.
Fighter. We also have card and board games. The board games, some of them are from Hasbro, and some of them are actually free on the Internet Gaming Zone. You download the components you need for the
So the
client.
typical checkers, chess, go, backgammon, reverse.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And then card games as well. You'll notice there's 812
Getting too
people
sharpened.
playing
So I see
spades
you've
right
got
now.
over
I'm
3,000
not
people are in the
sharpened
zone right now.
enough.
800 of them are playing spades.
Yep. We also have some simulations products, things like kart precision racing,
yeah.
as well as Flight Simulator 98.
Got it. Sports.
Sports. We have Microsoft Golf.
Got it.
Strategy. We also have Age of Empires, which is a Microsoft product that we shipped a while ago.
All right, so let's say I wanted to play one of these games. Just pick whatever you like. Let's go into one of these areas and see what it's like to go find a game.
Let's go look at spades, since there's so many people that are there.
Okay. Can't believe 800 people right now are online playing spades.
Yep. There's many people that are having a lot of fun. I mean, one of the things we really try to do is build a community out here.
Yeah.
You'll notice that we have a variety of different rooms.
So we have a social room versus a competitive room.
Right.
Now I see one room has 236 people playing spades. How do you do that?
Yep. Well, we essentially have a table metaphor that allows you to sit down at a table.
Them up with
Exactly.
people.
Exactly.
Okay.
And again, like I said, one of the things that's important is getting people to come back to the gaming site you're talking about. And so we have 80 tournaments that go on every week up in the spades area. So you see every day, almost every time.
So this is sort of managed by the zone folks who set up these times, and you can come to those sessions.
Exactly. So one other aspect of the Internet Gaming Zone, other than the games that you get for free, are retail matchmaking, which allows you, if you've gone out and bought a CD, to find other people that are interested in playing that same game.
Okay, say I have a CD on my PC at home, but I want to play online with somebody else who owns the game. Help me find another guy who's looking for a partner.
Exactly. We try to make it really easy for people to find. And so again, we have, expert lobbies where we have a couple of people battling it out, it looks like 160 people that are playing in the rookie.
This would be for Age of Empires,
Age of Empires, exactly. And again, we have tournaments and also ladders that allow people to, figure out where they stack up. So this essentially is an example of those retail matchmaking games.
All right, now all these games you were showing us up until now, I can play for free. I'm not charging you, just have to put up with looking at the ads, but it's free other than that. Now you just started with some premium games, right, where I do have to pay to play.
We have a game up now that's called Fighter Ace, which is a World War II fighter pilot game that allows you to play in the same arena, the same sky, with 100, 150 other people. So you can either play every person for themselves or in teams. Again, we have a variety of different arenas that allow people to, as they get better, compete with people.
So you can start out in boot camp, so you don't get blasted out right away.
Right, and then move up in some. We have some people in the officers club. No one yet, is in the generals environment. So. This essentially is a game that's designed to kind of take advantage of the internet and massively multiplayer. So it's really fun, and a lot of people enjoy, getting into, playing with their friends up there and, allowing themselves to, get on the ladders, play in the tournaments and win games.
Now you said you're building communities there. I see you do have a chat button, so you can actually get out of this and get into a chat room, just talk with guys after a game or whatever. All right, now to get into Microsoft's Internet Gaming Zone, do you need to be on MSN? Do you need to be an IE4?
No, we essentially support, at this point, IE 302 and IE 4. You can have any internet provider. It doesn't have to be MSN. And our next big version, the whole focus of the version, is going to be Netscape support. And so we expect that Q1.
All right, thank you very much, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, well, many online games are just adaptations of PC-based games. They're redesigned, they're ported to the online environment. But now with net-based games becoming so hot, new games are being designed from the ground up just for real-time internet play. One of those is Subspace, though this is a game you actually could buy in a box, right? And take home on a CD-ROM. But you play it online, that's the whole point. And what's the point in the game? I mean, what's it about?
It's a fairly simple overhead shooter. You just get in and blast other people.
All right, so you're the plane in the middle, and it's some sort of big dogfight. It's like Asteroid.
Yeah, there's a huge dogfight. You get hundreds of ships flying around.
And how many guys can be playing at the same time here?
You can have up to 200 in one arena. Yeah, in this arena we've got 65 at the moment.
All right, now we're playing on just on a 28.8 modem here, right? And
the boots.
Well, the whole game was designed around the internet. One of the reasons we chose...
Actually, I don't think I like that one. Trash this one. Hold on.
You don't get people jumping left and right. I have to apply thrust to get around it. So it's a good way of overcoming latency.
All right, pretty sneaky. All right, so let's play a little bit of the game and see what goes on here. Now, is it just you against the other 199 guys?
No, I've got a whole bunch of teammates. These guys in yellow,
there we go.
left, they're my teammates.
How'd they become teammates?
We assign you to a team when you first join in, or if you want...
Okay, so I walk in, I'm yellow, there's a bunch of other guys who are yellow, they're on my squad.
That's right. Or you can create your own squad.
How do you do that?
That's what a lot of people do. It's as simple as typing in a number. We have frequency numbers like radio channels. And when you join that, everybody on that team is on the same team.
Now, can you actually communicate then?
Yep, you can communicate privately to each other as well. And that's how most of the expert players play. They have their own personal squads.
They say, look, I'll worry about that quadrant, you worry about this quadrant.
Exactly.
All right, now what's going on bottom left? Is that actually the chatting that's going on now between the players?
These guys are all chatting to each other, so I can say...
You've got to be shooting down guys, not getting shot and chat at the same time.
That's right. Sometimes you need quite a few fingers at once.
All right, now what are all these little walls and structures? Are they just things to hide behind so nobody can shoot you down?
They're to hide behind in this zone. They're just cover to bounce off, to maneuver around. However, in some of the other zones, you can build bases inside and around them. We've got capture the flag games, and you have to defend certain areas, which becomes your turf on the map.
Now, you've got this sort of Death Star type thing, right, where you can actually get onto another guy's plane and make it twice as powerful?
You can get onto anybody on your team and jump onto the back of them. So
Just become another gun on his plane, if you will.
Now he's a turret. He's flying. I'm a turret, so I can fly out the back. And you can have up to 20 turrets on one ship, which makes these huge Death Stars flying through the zone, and you get lots of fighters coming in to kill the big ship.
All right, now you can actually cloak your ship and sort of become a stealth fighter, right?
Certain ships can. Certain ships have the ability to cloak. Other ones can go fast. Other ones have got bullets.
Okay, so why don't you always cloak then, so nobody can see you?
Well, each ship's got its own characteristics. So, for instance, this ship I'm flying is very, very fast. Another ship has the cloaking device, so he could be sneaking up behind me and I couldn't
So you can
see him.
choose what kind of plane you want to be flying depending on your strategy or who the other guys are or
That's
whatever?
correct. Yeah, each ship's got its own strengths.
Bottom right, is that a map of the whole fighting zone there?
I can bring up a bigger map. I'm the yellow dot there on the far right, so you can see
This
how big
rules.
the zones are. They're pretty huge, and I'm moving very slowly.
Okay, now,
dude,
I
shit
understand you actually
rules.
ship the server sort of operating system with this, so I can now create my own game using your engine?
That's correct. Although we have big servers located that we make that you can always play on. Inside the game, there's kind of a game construction kit that you can put your own servers up online, and then anybody from the world can come and play it. So players have created subspace soccer, for example, where you can fly a ship around and kick the soccer ball to each other.
All right, one more interesting point. One of the problems with these online games is you have guys who cheat in a big way. I mean, they do things that make it harder for other people to play. Give us an example of a security breach.
One of the major ones is trying to induce latency on lag, which is a big problem with many
do that?
Well, you can do silly things like whistle down the phone line.
Yeah, why not?
Send garbage down, so then your image on everybody else's machine
The
looks
Forest
jerky,
2 is
whereas
coming
their
out.
images,
Remember
because that's
this,
coming down
Michael.
stream,
And what do you do about that?
Well,
We
what we have to do
don't
is
know
we have to
if
keep
the
track of how many
Forest
packages
2
you
Sons of the
send so
Forest
that
has
you can
bros
there are new
moves or
security
not.
issues
It
all the time,
does,
so we have to
I
keep on
think,
adding
have
everything
bros
to it.
moves.
So I can buy
It's in the
subspace, or I can
title.
download a free
Sons
You can download a free demo.
plural
All right, one
of
of
the
traditional
Forest.
computer
They have
games
bros
that was
moves.
successfully
Think about it,
translated for
Michael.
the internet environment is Magic
Because
the
they're gonna
Gathering.
be
This
be
game, in
building
fact,
upon
started
the
out as a
Forest 1,
card
right?
game, but now it is one of the most popular games on the web.
You think they're gonna have base
Deep in the heart
building?
of Silicon Valley, a tournament
They're
is
gonna have
underway.
co-op.
Hundreds of participants
it's
concentrate intensely
Sons
on their game,
of the
which is
Forest.
played not with a mouse or a joystick, but with a deck of cards. The game is called Magic the Gathering, and Microprose
Wow.
hopes to translate its popular success as a card game to the cyberspace of the internet.
What we were able to do with the internet version of the game was create arenas, or areas for people to gather online, to talk to each other, to find a large pool of players, people that would challenge them, people that would have different playing styles than them that they may not be able to meet otherwise in their, local geographic area.
Magic is a complex, challenging game with myriad ways to gain points by attacking opponents, defending one's stash of characters, and by casting enchantments or curses. But as in any card game, players can also get hints from reading each other's body language.
What is
There are a
Magic?
lot of
It's a
subtleties in the
card
paper
game. You know Hearthstone? Have you
Eye
played
movement,
Hearthstone?
expressions on somebody's face, comments they make to
Do you like
the way
rolling
they put down
dice?
a card.
Do you
All
like
these
Hearthstone?
communicate
Do you like Yu-Gi-Oh?
all kinds of things that you can't get
Do you
through on a
like
computer screen.
the
So,
Pokemon
to make
elements,
up
the
for
Pokemon
those
trading
things
card
that
game
you and I
specifically?
automatically can communicate through a glance.
Oh, I
we had to break
misread.
down the
You're right.
gameplay
What
so that it was
is the
simplified.
Magic Gathering? The
computer
Magic
version of
Gathering
the
is a
game
friend.
keeps track of each side's points so that players can concentrate on their strategy.
Oh no, I'm thinking of
player's
no, it's
own
something else.
hand fills the lower half of
The
the
Magic
screen,
Gathering
while
is
the
the friends we
opponent's
made along
cards
the
are in
way,
the
though.
upper half. For social communication,
Man, a link
Magic's
chat.
internet version has multiple message and chat functions, including a large arena chat room
Necromancer
for hundreds
6,
of players.
Player Man
Well, Magic
5.
players love getting together. They love getting together for a reason. and
Anytime
that
I
is
hear
find
about
the next
Yu-Gi-Oh,
great
you lose your
challenge.
mind. I think of a
The
Yu-Gi-Oh
great
prison.
thing that digital technologies, the computer,
It's
the
time
internet
to
bring to all this is it widens
go to
that. So
prison.
you're always going to be able to find somebody who can challenge you even more.
Still, the two versions of Magic, physical
Dude,
and
your
virtual,
dick is so
seem to offer
thick.
different
Dude, your
kinds of
dick is too
enjoyment to its
thick.
players.
That's not up to
I think they're completely
regulation.
separate. They obviously they're the same game.
He's
but,
wearing a
it's
South
different kind of
Park
experience.
hoodie.
when we have people over to play the game, we get pizza. And
Talking with your coworkers who are super into Yu-Gi-Oh. Have you shown them Yu-Gi-Oh Prison?
The possibility of being able to play each other on the computer, have tournaments
Watch
on
you
the
seriously
computer.
people play
It's
through the
something I
sets
think
of the
would be
card
very
game.
exciting for me. I mean, besides another way of keeping in
Yu-Gi-Oh
touch,
Prison was a real thing.
but to
Yeah,
do
it was
something
real.
that, you know,
We
remind
live
us
it
of what
every day.
One of the times we enjoyed spending together with
Michael.
friends and stuff.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
We're so close to being done, everybody.
Well, the usual computer game, whether on your PC or online,
look at that
involves
man.
artificial or
He's on
fictional characters,
TV.
maybe managed by the human players. But there's a new web-based game called Underlight that pits the real you against a real opponent. Tell us about what the
Underlight
world of Underlight
Rebirth.
is like. What goes on here?
It's a game where many thousands of people are playing together, and every person.
Man,
you
I
meet
remember
is
the
a real
shutdown for
person. No
that.
fake people, no artificial intelligence or anything like that. And there's a giant story going on that everyone basically participates in.
And there's something you're trying to accomplish, depending on the circumstances.
Right.
And
Rest
the
in
point is
peace.
you can use a variety of skills, not just
Online
killing
games
another
are
guy
so
and blowing
fucked
them up,
up.
but social skills, political skills, etc., to get what you want.
That's right, and that's really what I'm here for.
All right, so what's going on in the game now?
I'm in a meeting with my lord and master, the guardian, the ruler of my house.
Okay.
I'm
My
actually a guardian.
house.
I'm one step below him on the social
He's your landlord. You're in a
fraternity
meeting
row.
with your landlord, my man.
So I'm going to tell him, greetings, Lord.
You got to be nice to him.
I've got to be nice to him.
Okay.
How
I
can
gotta
help?
be nice to him.
He's actually told me that I have to accomplish a mission here.
Okay, and he's another real guy in the game who's earned the right to be the lord of the house.
He's like, I draw on some Eternal Warrior
there's actually other
Bojangles
players you can see
on
running
turn
in and out of
4.
the
Now
game.
you
really
cannot
respect
attack
him
him.
because
Shit
he's earned the right to be in charge of
Edwards.
this house. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
I have a mission of the utmost secrecy and importance for you. I think I may have been followed. So quickly take this codex which explains your mission and report back to me.
You're
I'm
hey,
gonna read
dude,
this
you're
codex,
posting
which
this
is,
on the Computer Chronicles.
a little message.
Your mission.
And it says, one of our sacred artifacts, the Dreaming Stone, was stolen from our vaults. The Council of Rulers believes that a spy from House Kalincher was involved. Do whatever you must to identify the spy and report back to us.
All right, so you've got your job.
You
How do
realize
go do
he's
it?
I'm
online
gonna run across here
right
and see if I
now.
can get to House Kalincher and,
Okay,
and
fine.
get it.
But they're enemies supposedly.
They are our
Sometimes
enemies.
So they
people
might
wouldn't
try
buy
to kill
a
you.
complete
They
flute.
could very well do
For
that.
real.
I hope they won't.
That's just Yu-Gi-Oh.
And there they are, actually. Here's another few
So
players.
they're blocking you from crossing the bridge to their house.
Yeah, and I better say something quick or they're going to start attacking
Yeah,
me.
most games you just blow them up, right? Before he blows
we
you
never
up.
walk in here normally, but
Okay,
in
but
this
you-
game, people are going to they're going to try and play a story.
Negotiate, yeah?
Exactly.
Halt.
There they go, halt. Only those of House Kalincher may pass. So
Okay.
say, wait, I wish to parlay.
Parlay meaning?
Give them something to pass.
Okay, so you want to make a deal, not just blow them
I
up.
wanna make
okay,
a-
you give me
yeah.
this, I'll give you that.
Yes. I'll say, I'll give you a charm if you let me pass.
Okay.
And I'm going to go and give this charm to, it looks like Charles, who looks like, I believe he's the leader.
Okay.
So, give
So you're going
to
to give
him.
that guy a charm and see if that quiets him and lets
Yeah,
you go by.
hopefully he'll let me pass and I can go on. Well, he's taken it.
All right.
Thank you. I will pass.
All right, he lets you go.
Excellent.
All right. All right, let me ask you a couple of questions
Sure.
in this game. First of all, in a lot of these games, the problem is if you're a newbie, you get on, you just get blasted right away. But in this
Absolutely.
game, you actually reward people for being nice to other players, don't you?
That's right. It's the only way to do it and have a big social game like this.
And how do you reward? I mean, if you don't kill
Man,
somebody,
if
you
only
get
MMOs were like that.
You actually gain power by being friendly to newer
So you're
players.
Man, if only MMOs were like
totally
that.
mean like in these other games.
Right, you want to bring them into your house
Yeah.
and educate them and bring them up.
Man,
In this
if only
game, your
MMOs were
character
like
is really
that.
dumb and does bad things, you can literally die and be out of the game and lose all the skills you've gained.
You can actually be killed in the game by the more advanced players. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's the highest level of social control.
But then you can come back, but then you're starting all over again
That's
and going
right.
up the ladder.
You're starting from
So
scratch.
it's like life.
Very much
All
so.
right,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, that's our look at
Just
online
like
gaming.
real
Next up, a
life, he
special preview of
says.
Windows 98, and I'll be back in just a moment with my pick
This
of the week.
man believes in rebirth. There's no way.
Every version of Windows comes
You
with
can't
new
just
and
say
improved
something like
utilities
that
that
and
make
not
the operating
believe in
system more
rebirth.
usable. Windows 98 is no exception. Let me show you 3 of my favorites.
Yeah, show me 3
The
of your
first is
favorites.
Drive Converter. This will take your FAT16 hard drive and convert it to a
FAT32 hard drive.
Okay.
That just makes it more efficient, especially if it's a really large hard drive.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you don't know what FAT32
64-bit.
is, you can click on the details button and get the skinny on FAT32. The next utility is scheduled tasks. This is just like the system agent utility that you had to pay for in Microsoft Plus. This one is free and it works the same way. You can click on any of these items and you can change the schedule of basic maintenance on your hard disk and other
You can
parts
just
of your
do
computer.
that.
You can also add your own programs and
You don't
files in
need a
here.
program
You
for that
basically have
anymore.
anything
You can
happen
just do
at any
that.
time. Kodak imaging is a really neat utility that's sort of like a Photoshop Lite. You can bring in faxed images or scan images and manipulate them right here.
Oh,
These
hold
are
on,
just
hold on.
three
No, go back.
cool
Hold on, hold on. Give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment. Bruh. Hold it. Edit, crop. File. Save as PNG. Hold on. No. You've got a test tomorrow. That is so sad. Good night, Michael. Thank you for coming by. I hope to see you next time. Oh, fuck yes, dude. Dude. I'm living the life. Dude. This rules. I gotta keep the God loves you guy. I gotta give him a jacket. God, this rules, dude.
A utility that's sort of like a Photoshop Lite. You can bring in faxed images or scan images and manipulate them right here. These are just three cool utilities that come free
Give
in
him a
Windows
cool
98.
booty. Yeah, I gotta
Back to
do
you,
that.
Now for my pick of the week. So you've bought a digital camera or a scanner.
Fuck my persona. It's
Now you
all
wanna use
about
that
God
nifty
loves
photo
you.
editing
6-inch
software to
stretch,
clean up your
man.
pictures or just get creative. Well, you'll learn very quickly this is not easy to do with a mouse. You just don't have the kind of fine control that you get with a pen or pencil. Now, professional graphic artists who use computers use pen tablets, but these used to be either very expensive or with limited functionality. But now Wacom has come out with a very impressive low-cost solution to really taking control of graphics work on
Holding
your PC.
hands.
This is the new Pen Partner, and let me tell you why I like it. First of all, it's inexpensive, less than $100. But more than that, it does so much. The pen is pressure sensitive, so you can write lightly, or if you press harder, you get a darker stroke.
This is what I'm
The pen
doing
comes with a
today.
smart eraser. If you want to erase something, just use the virtual eraser as you would with a pencil. Also, since the Pen Partner tablet is sensitive, even when the pen is above the tablet surface, you can use the tablet to trace an image into your computer, just like that. It comes with a side switch, which can be programmed for
Dude,
double-clicking
you
or
suck at
right mouse
tracing.
functions. The Pen
I think
Partner
that's a
comes
good
bundled with
thing.
two
I know you're
great
just
pieces of
demonstrating it,
software from
though.
Corel, PhotoHouse and PrintHouse. PhotoHouse is a full photo editing suite. PrintHouse lets you
Show
create
me the
cards,
cow
calendars,
again.
etc. The software comes with a large library of photos and clip art. After using
Clip
the
art.
most natural input device of all, a pen, you just may never go back to your mouse again. It's the Pen Partner from Wacom. That's it for this edition of Computer Chronicles. We'll be back here again next week with more of the same. If you want any more information about anything you saw on today's show, please check out our website at cmptv.com. That's it for this week. I'm Stuart Chaffee. We'll see you here next time.
Thank you. That'll be me for it, huh? Good night, everybody. Thank you for showing up and having a good, fun time and coming, and remember that God loves you. That means smoking a fat cigar.
Additional funding from PC
And
Connection
thank you
Mac
again,
Connection.
and thank you
Catalog
again, and thank you
online
again. I'll
with
see you
PC and Mac
tomorrow.
products,
Not tomorrow,
toll-free
next
technical
time,
support,
next
and
time,
overnight
next
delivery.
time. I
By Windows Magazine,
I,
delivering desktop, enterprise, and internet computing news,
I,
reviews, features and how-tos for a Windows
I
world.
have a night.
Because the world runs on Windows.
I have a night. You have a
To
night.
purchase a videotape
Good
copy of
night.
today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7...
Sorry, that's funny every time. Can we get Glover back? Add existing. Can I get Glover on this screen? Transform. Fit this screen. Okay. There's Glover. Reset Glover. Okay, well, anyway, thank you all for joining me tonight and learning more about computers and the internet and things like that. I hope to see you next time. Next time we do this. There are holiday buying guides. We get to learn about artificial intelligence. There's online universities, consumer buying guides, you know, all that's good stuff, but that'll be for the next art stream. For now, it is time for bed.